Call the meeting to order. Please take your seats. Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone today. Can you hear us here? Okay. All right, we'd like to welcome everybody today. Nice crowd. We're calling the meeting to order. Start out by standing silence, pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yep, roll call, please.
Jamie Girardi, Christopher Poole,
Here.
John Moody,
Here.
Matthew Munz, Derek Pontlitz,
Here.
Liam Devine,
Here.
and Chairman Charles Gregg.
Here.
Thank you.
Publication, please.
The items were advertised in the Tampa Bay Times on April 22nd, 2026, and May 27th, 2026, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Thank you very much. We have approval of the minutes, please.
Motion to approve the minutes from the meeting, the planning commission meeting and the workshops held on August 7th, August 21st, and November 6th.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion of the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay. So again, we'd like to welcome everybody today to the Planning Commission. We're appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, and we meet twice a month. We serve as a local planning institution, public hearing, transmit to the Board of County Commissioners our recommendations. Plan amendments, land development code amendments, rezoning, additional use requests. The Planning Commission is the final decision-making body for special exceptions, search fields, variance requests, certain alternative or standard requests. However, in any recommendations that we make may be appealed to the Board of County Commissioners. Anyone's in opposition to any comprehensive plan amendment, land development code amendment, or any condition, rezoning or otherwise, the Planning Commission transmits to the Board of County Commissioners. It would be important for you to attend the appropriate Board of County Commissioner meeting. We do have the dates available for you. Those of you who are not familiar with the format of the meetings, we have three sections: continuances, consent items, and regular items. We'll go through the items one at a time. If there's something that we hear on consent that you want to be heard or you need to talk about, raise your hand, pull up from consent, and we'll put it on the regular items. Same thing with continuances. It's our custom to grant continuances if they're requested by the staff or the applicant, unless there are extenuating circumstances. So we also have a period for public comment on things that are not part of today's agenda. And I'll give you a moment to do that. But in the meantime, anyone who has your phones with you, please, I ask you to put on the silent position so that we don't interrupt people who might be speaking. Better do that myself. Okay, so before we start the meeting, Is anyone here that needs to speak on something that's not on today? Sean. Come on up again.
Thank you. Nancy Hazewood, 34110 A Nice Place. Hello, good afternoon. You're in for quite a ride today.
Let me get everybody.
Okay.
Anybody who might plan to speak today, if you please stand and raise your right hand. These are going.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
So I'd like to thank the county for taking into consideration night meetings for the BPC and the planning. I'm sure we can find a way to not inconvenience anyone in doing this with meetings, because maybe they'll run on too long. I'm sure we can find a way around that. I've heard so many times I can't attend, I work. I'm hoping this gives some people a voice. And thank you again, staff, board, everybody working on that. Thank you. So topic 2. When is enough enough? Over and over, we have developers coming back and asking for more or asking for high densities when they submit. This has been a terrible burden on the citizens of Pasco. What used to take 20 minutes driving time now is over an hour. New roads are not going to help. That just encourages more development. I keep waiting for the county to change rules and regulations to take the burden off the citizens in this instance. If anyone wants to give relief to Pasco citizens, I think this would be a good subject to think about. I'd like to call your attention to the overhead. You having trouble getting it? There it is. Maybe you blow it up a bit more so they can read it. This is a legal notice in last week's Tampa Bay Times. Unfortunately, the announcement of water problems with our drinking water is not an unusual occurrence. This one is from Hillsborough County. You can find these legal ads from all over Florida and the US when we're having problems with the water. Is it really a good idea to inject anything into our aquifers when man has a record of making mistakes with our drinking water? This might be another reason for not allowing high density subdivisions. Thank you for listening to my thoughts. I really do think highly of everyone here, the commission and the staff. I know I badger y'all terribly, but I love you anyways. Please continue the good work and consideration of us. Thank y'all.
Mr. Chair, we do not have individuals pre-registered to speak for non-agenda items.
Okay. In an effort to try to expedite some of our concerns, let me just ask a general question. How many people are here for item number 13?
The data center.
For my purposes, how many people are in favor of the moratorium?
Favor?
Can you speak clearly, please?
Speaking to the mic.
Yeah.
County is proposing to establish a temporary moratorium. And what I want to know is, are you here to speak in favor of the temporary moratorium or against? Okay. Right now, we're talking about temporary. So
That'd be great.
what I want to do is, in order to expedite the here, is anyone who wants to speak on the moratorium, obviously, we're going to give you an opportunity. But if you're going to, I already know that you're in favor of it, as are many of us here probably. So I'd like to move number 13 to the beginning of what we're going to do. And ask the county tell us about the moratorium, what they want to try to accomplish. And so everybody has an idea where we're going. And then anybody who wants to come up and speak can, but I'll ask you, if you do come up and speak, please don't say the same thing first. Otherwise we'll be wrong. You want to give us your name and address, please? Count.
Are we ready? All right, good afternoon, Planning Commission members, Vasilios Vopolis, Planning Development and Economic Growth. And we are here to talk about the temporary moratorium on data centers. This is a proposed ordinance by the Pasco County Board of Commissioners establishing a temporary moratorium on the submission and acceptance of applications for data centers, large-scale data centers, and oh, sorry, excuse me, I'm off track. I'm usually used to having somebody read this for me. An ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners establishing a temporary moratorium on the submission and acceptance of applications for building permits, site plans, development orders, development agreements, special exception uses, conditional uses, rezonings, and comprehensive plan amendments related to data centers, large-scale data centers, and other large load customers within unincorporated Pasco County, providing for authority, legislative findings of fact, temporary moratorium imposed, duration of temporary moratorium, severability, and an effective date. And I do want to state for the record that additional public comments were received after the publishing of this agenda. Those comments were submitted to the clerk and sent to board records. Okay. And so, as I mentioned, this is the moratorium for the data centers, large-scale data centers, and large load customers as defined by Florida statutes. Just to give some context as to what a moratorium is, it is a temporary pause on all development applications to preserve the status quo, allowing the county to consider implications and impacts of data centers. The moratorium is not a permanent ban on such uses. The Board of County Commissioners has directed this temporary moratorium to allow the Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Department the time and opportunity to research land use compatibility of data centers with surrounding uses, consider the impacts of electricity demand, water consumption, wastewater treatment capacity, and environmental concerns, research the efficacy of best practices from jurisdictions nationwide, and to consider the appropriateness of data centers in Pasco County, and if necessary, develop any appropriate definitions or regulations for such uses. In addition to those points, a growing number of local governments have enacted or are in the process of enacting moratoria to allow careful consideration of this emerging land use challenge. In Florida, the following counties and municipalities have adopted or are in the process of adopting a moratorium. These include Citrus, Nassau, Hernando, Holmes, Bay, Clay, Jackson, Flagler, Palm Coast, the city of Zephyr Hills, and now Pasco County. As a result of this moratorium, a number of potential revisions to the LDC may be needed to regulate data centers within Pasco County. Existing conditions within our code do not currently specify that data centers are a use within any zoning district, nor are there any standards that would regulate such uses. Additionally, the signing of Senate Bill 484, the state recognized under Florida Statute 373.262 that data centers and other large load customers present unique and challenging considerations, and that local jurisdictions should have control over such regulation. To provide clarity on the applicability of the moratorium, The county will not accept any applications for data centers and other large loads customers, including the following: building permits, site plans, development orders and agreements, special exceptions, conditional uses, rezonings, and comprehensive plan amendments. The moratorium will not apply to server rooms or computer rooms that typically house IT or network equipment that are located within a building or on site and are incidental to the primary use of that building. Planning, Development, and Economic Growth Department recommends that the Planning Commission accept public comment and find the proposed ordinance consistent with the comprehensive plan. And I'm here for questions, concerns, anything. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions? Here.
Statutes. Unfortunately, the statute is so new that
Can't hear you.
on the Senate's website.
Mhm.
The legal citation you noted it isn't actually published yet. So could you tell us what the definition of the data center is?
Actually,
And while you're on, could you tell us what the difference is between a data center and a large scale data center too, please?
You gotta get a little closer to the mic.
David Engel, Planning and Economic Development Director. So, Mr. Poole, we can't answer that question. Our analysis has to be comprehensive and thorough to ensure that we understand what the data center industry is, where it's going, how it affects our community. But I can tell you that just by talking to peers, stakeholders, and other people, there seems to be a defining line on what's a permissible type of local data center. And that's the 20 megawatt limit. I don't know what that means, but from what I understand, when you're 20 megawatts or less, you can use a condenser cooling system that doesn't use as much water, and it doesn't draw down on the enormous power that a hyperscaler center would be. So we don't have any definitions now, and that's why we're asking for the Planning Commission to endorse our temporary moratorium to allow us to do the research and then come back and report to the LPA at a future date.
The language statement of the moratorium says that the data centers and large scale data centers defined in sections 373, 203, or Florida statutes. Other large local customers is defined in section 2B for the statutes. We have what their current language is, because when I checked the online version of the statutes, they hadn't been updated. Unclear on what that is.
yes, Mr. Moody, to answer your questions, under chapter 2026-65, which is where the Senate bill, after the sign wound up there, they did define large load customer to mean a customer with anticipated peak load of 50 megawatts or more, calculated at an average load of over a 15-minute interval at a single location. Additionally, they went through in section 372.203 to say a data center means a facility that primarily contains electronic equipment used to process, store, and transmit digital information, which may be a freestanding structure or a facility within a larger structure which uses environmental control equipment to maintain the proper conditions for the operation of electronic equipment. They further define large-scale data center, meaning a single location with a data center on site that has an anticipated monthly peak load of 50 megawatts or more, again, calculated at the highest average load over a 15-minute interval.
Exception again that you were providing.
Sure. Is that fair? Aye. So our goal here is to exclude server rooms and computer rooms that are typically used as a secondary use, something that's incidental to the primary use. Many buildings have those types of rooms or facilities within them, and we're trying to make sure that those aren't encompassed within the moratorium.
I understand that. I get that. concern, where is that in this?
I think, Mr. Moody, you're referring to the statement of necessity that the Board of County Commissioners, if they deem a proposal for a data center as an essential necessity for the county, they could in fact consider it and take action on it. And that statement of necessity is designed for the context of, let's say, the Spiros project came in and they needed a small data center that will service the biotechnology and the life sciences campus. And that's something that we would consider and bring to the board, but that's the only way we bring something to the board during this moratorium.
That's a different exception though than the one for server rooms and computer rooms.
Well, that is the server rooms, computer rooms, we're asking to be exempt from the moratorium.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not opposed to the providing the exception. I think we all recognize we need server rooms and computer rooms to run our.
Can't hear you.
Can't still can't hear you, John. Yeah, I get closer, I get closer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All good. The reason I'm asking about definitions and I'm asking about this discussion, I want to make sure that the language that's in this ordinance doesn't create a roadmap for somebody to call something, to call one of these data centers if we're trying to get our hands around. Unless something has to slide in. And so when you say where the rooms incidental to the primary use of the building beside, so I'm thinking, okay, I can come in here and build a giant warehouse. And then put a data center in the back of the warehouse and say, well, primary use is a warehouse. And then, so how do we draw that line?
Well, first of all, there is a determination here that data centers are not data processing centers, which we do allow. Number two, in the event that there is a user that has server space or some type of IT apparatus that's inside the building and supports directly and solely the use of that building, that would be a permissible use. So if you do a warehouse with a data center, it's not incidental to the warehouse.
You said there was concern when something got to 20 megawatts. Definition that facilities said 50
Well, that's,
megawatts.
he's referencing the state. I'm telling you, you asked from our standpoint, what do we consider a smaller one versus a larger one? We don't have a county definition. I was just telling you that I have been in discussions with some utilities and some potential users, and it appears to me that they're drawing a distinctive boundary with anything below 20 megawatts.
So I think what I'm getting at, let's speak.
He asked me questions, I'll answer.
Well, wouldn't it be prudent to put that megawatt limitation in this exception? Make sure somebody can't sneak it under the fire.
That's lower.
No comment, not at all.
Well, what happens, we find that the number that we find acceptable as far as the impacts in the community is 15 megawatts. I mean, that's why I'm just telling you what I know to date, and I'm telling you that I'm not an expert on it at this point, and we need time to do the research.
Answer the question.
Thank you, David.
That's vague language.
Yes. What is the process we're going to use? Or acquire the data that we need to determine what regulations we need to implement to regulate data.
Back. So what we're going to do is we are going to extend ourselves out to industry professionals We're actually talking to people that do data centers just to find out what their business models are, what their needs are. We're speaking to all utilities. We're going to have an open stakeholder engagement exercise. We're going to speak to our economic projects that are out there and also solicit public input. And we are going to be accumulating a library of white papers and research that the Board of County Commissioners has, so that we extend that access to them also, so they're aware of the literature and the data. And then we're going to prepare through assistance through our county attorney's office a draft ordinance to regulate and or prohibit data centers here in Pasco County.
And is this in the form of land development code amendment?
Yes, sir.
Because one of the things I checked before I came here today is there's not one section of our comprehensive plan that talks about power supplies. So perhaps some sort of, we're now working on the new comprehensive plan. Maybe we need to put a section into the comprehensive plan dealing with energy.
Right. And also in our stakeholders, we want to talk to our water, natural resources people, we want to talk to our utilities people. And might I add, obviously the utilities have a stake in the game and they're providing it. And that now they're required to have an analysis so they don't cause the actual citizen ratepayers a burden of higher electric bills because of data centers. So it's going to be a very dynamic process, but we are going to be looking under every rock that we can. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I do have a question. Do we actually have any data centers currently in Pasco County?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, you mean large scale data centers, or do you mean he gave you a definition of data center. State definition of data center is fairly broad, so
I guess my,
because it is broad enough to include server rooms. That's why you need to be clear with your question.
so I guess my question will be, because of the definition for a large scale data center is 50 megawatts more, do we have any of those?
I'm not aware of any of those.
Do you know if there are any plans? I mean, somebody brought up the concept of Spiros, and obviously the research they're doing there. Do you know if there are any plans for a data center to be built there in the future?
As part of Spiros?
Yeah.
I'll let David speak to that again.
David opened the door, so.
So I want to let the public and the planning commission know we have no active application for a data center at this time.
Okay.
I do want to let you know that I've had some brief communication with some data center users. Nothing definitive. There's no concept site plan. There's no specific plans to move on anything, just inquiries. And as of late, we've had one inquiry about a data center to be used potentially located in a employment center business park. But that was just conceptual. There's nothing active right now. In case of Spiros, we have had general conversations with them over the last 2 years about the need for some type of data center support that's focused on delivering services only to the campus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody?
No more questions.
I do have a question. Unless I'm saying everything. I want to make sure this is clear. The school district has server rooms. I want to make sure none of our server rooms, if they're on individual sites, I can't think of any that are on individual sites that are not going to get caught up in monitoring. So is that something that is going to be part of this exemption that does not apply? I just want to make sure of that.
The purpose of the exemption is to exclude server rooms. So are you saying you have server rooms that don't qualify for that under that language?
My question is, internally to a building, where such room is incidental to the primary use, we might have a building that's primary use is a server room and is collecting that data. So that's my question.
If it was existing, then there would be no issue, but if,
It would only be an issue if you were building a new freestanding building that its only purpose was
Data center.
data center.
But do we care if it's a building whose primary purpose is being a data center if it only uses 1 megawatt of electricity and doesn't require millions of gallons of water to cool the servers? That's why I asked about this definition, this exception first time. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Victoria Courthouse Planning Development Economic Growth. So that would the school facility, would the school facility have people working there? I mean, yeah, so like, for example, Pasco County has an IT building that has a lot of equipment in it, but it also has a lot of people working in it. That would not be considered a data center.
So if there's individuals working there, that's
Those are currently those are currently understood as data processing. The whole, Mr. Engel mentioned the distinction. Those are currently separate facilities.
Terry, in the interest of clarity, wouldn't it make sense to put that, refine the language here to include that so it's clear what's covered by this exception?
But I mean, that last bullet on there does describe what I'm talking about. PM 35 is attached as an accompanying document for the discussion on the moratorium, and that explains the distinction between data processing and what the state is understanding as data centers and what we need to then do with data centers.
So I'm familiar with the county's building that is used for that, and they have other processes in there that are used by key staff and other staff as remote locations. So I don't necessarily know the school district site is set up like that site. So that's my concern, and it is, I don't want, I know if it's already existing, it's fine, I think it falls under that definition. But if we have an individual building that's being used as that, I don't know the other data processing definition that the county has, and I don't know what that determination was made. When that's a determination between that data centers are not data processing.
But if it's existing, it's not going to be affected by it.
So can I make the comment that really this whole discussion is centered around resource use, right? So we're all concerned about using water, using power, making, creating a burden on the rest of the citizens because of this resource use. So why can't we look at that as, hey, if this is not going to be using tremendous resources, then it's going to not fall in the moratorium. If it's something that's going to cause a strain, potentially cause a strain on resources, then that would fall in the moratorium. So maybe we need to define that a little bit better in terms of, because that's really the central, that's the crux of the whole thing.
Well, it is. Those are the potential impacts of data centers. But we want to quantify it, we're going to stress test it. And that's why we need a temporary moratorium, because we wanted to freeze the playing field.
Anybody's arguing against better define what it is we're enacting a moratorium about, because we don't want to accident. When you do these things, there's often unintended consequences. What we want to do is minimize the unintended consequences.
Well, I believe that our agenda item is very clear. There are data centers that want to be here in Florida and here in Pasco, and they have certain impacts that we're aware of, and it warrants an extensive analysis. So we don't want to have data centers come in before we have an ability to extend our land development code amendments to regulate them. So
Another way to address the concern, I don't know if it does or not, but I mean, you could modify this exception, just take out the qualifier that it be located internal to a building, because in the case of the school district, it is incidental to the primary use. I mean, I think the data centers that we're trying to get a moratorium on, it's not the primary use is
Data center.
data center. So in the case of the school district, it's serving a primary use of.
Or Spiro serving a hospital or serving
I think research. Maybe it should just modify the exception, that we're qualifying the exception about it being located internal to the building. That may solve the concern. I don't know.
Let me,
Mr. Mooney wants to focus on not having things slip through the wire to be even open.
so want to make sure that we don't accidentally have a moratorium on something that we don't have an objection to. The whole issue of data centers has become a focus with the development of AI. Nobody's had a complaint about data, or at least not that I'm aware of. Nobody's had a complaint about data centers powering Facebook or X or the standard Google search that we are all used to knowing, or Yahoo. Those haven't seemed to have been a problem. It's with the development of AI that this excess power, and water, and the noise that comes from generating the electricity and the emissions that go with that, that's where the concerns have arisen. So I want to make sure that if the next Meta wants to, the next social media company wants to have a campus in Pasco County, that isn't necessarily a problem, or actually certainly not a problem, that we're not welcome here. Well, I think we understand what we're trying to create regulations for. It's those large-scale data centers associated with AI that seem to have all the ills. I want to make sure that the things that we're comfortable with still be allowed. That's why I'm curious on parsing the definitions here.
What I'm hearing is the staff has some discomfort with setting a megawatt threshold at this time.
Yeah, because they just don't have enough information to do.
So what I'm saying is if we just strike the phrase located internally to a building from this exception, I think that encompasses what the school district is concerned about, because it still has to be a server room or computer room, housing IT or related network equipment, and it's got to be incidental to the primary use in the building or on the site. That still seems like that covers.
That covers my concern.
That covers, still, you're still, I think those are the majority of the uses that it sounds like we're concerned about not being subject to the moratorium.
Although it still may prohibit a traditional data center that we're used to that haven't caused issues.
But I think the intent, staff's intent is just trying to make sure we're not prohibiting those that are accessory to a primary other use. That they still want to study data centers where the primary use is a data center.
Okay, Mr. Goldstein, may I introduce what I think is the model of data centers from what we've been having initial discussions? Data centers are like master developers. They build a structure. It's a speculative structure. They put in the cooling system, the utilities, and all the things that are necessary. They put in rack space and then they lease the rack space out. So they're basically having a condominium for AI servers. So in the case of the school district or Metler Toledo or local business, when they have computer equipment, they're not that's it, as David said, that's accessory to the primary use. They're not in the business of renting out rack space and infrastructure.
What about somebody whose primary business is? So for instance,
So medical.
Yeah. This, or website. That's what I'm going to make sure. It's clearly time, maybe we'll find out more. Public comes and talks to us about this thing. But it's the very large scale data centers that seem to draw the ire of the public. Nobody seems to have a problem with Yelp or Expedia, your local website host, who is running a very large server operation, but they're not using millions of gallons of water, having their own steel power generators. I want to make sure that we still allow tech to come to Pasco County.
Well, that's why we have a statement of necessity in the body of this moratorium in the policy memorandum to allow the board to look at those special instances that they may arise during the moratorium period and take action as they see fit. Yeah.
The ones that are further, Yale came to Pasco County and they had an accessory use of for their equipment, this would allow
If that's all I'm trying to figure.
it. Yes. What this would not allow is it just data center came, that's their only model was just finding server rooms.
Want to make sure there's a process by which we can allow things which can be beneficial to the community that don't get tied up, because the definition of data center is a bit nebulous at this moment.
I think the intent of the exclusion was to cover what we just talked about. I think maybe we missed the mark by saying it had to be located internal to a building. But I think if you exclude that phrase, I think it covers what you're concerned about.
I'll make one statement for the record, judging by what's sitting out in the audience in front of us, that when the public process starts, I think we should make it as accessible to the public as possible, because there's obviously a tremendous amount of concern. But just statement for the record.
Okay. Anything else? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, is there anybody else here to speak for the county? Now, is there anybody that wants to give us some information that you don't think we already have?
Yes, give some information
Yeah, just
or questions.
don't want a constant repetition of the same thing.
It's not a repetition.
Have you signed up?
I signed up for something else, but
We have 2 individuals signed up to speak on this item, WebEx, and then we have 20 individuals signed up to speak on this item in the audience.
sign up sheet.
Okay.
Thanks.
Let's go.
If you haven't signed up and you want to speak, you'll probably give you an opportunity to do so after.
Because I have had
It does. Not speak to the audience. Okay, we're not having a meeting here. If you can, get the people on WebEx, or you have one there now.
Right.
The first individual on WebEx is Mr. Ryan Broom.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ryan Broom, a Pasco County resident. Wanted to share my concerns about the prospect of a data center development in our area. First concern is,
Ryan.
yes,
We need your full name, we need your address, and we need you to be sworn.
sure. Ryan Broom, and my address is 16075 Weathered Windmill Terrace.
Okay, and if you raise your right hand, please.
Do you
Yes.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Continue.
So my first concern is land use. Data centers often occupy large tracts of land that could otherwise be used for a variety of uses, including housing, parks, small businesses, or mixed use. Once these facilities are built, they can shape the character of a community for decades. Secondly, I'm concerned about infrastructure demands. As you guys have discussed, data centers require significant electrical capacity and in some cases, substantial water resources for cooling. Third, I think it's important to evaluate the economic trade-offs honestly. While data centers can represent large capital investments, they generally employ far fewer people than office campuses or commercial developments similar size. Additionally, the quality of life, large facilities can introduce lots of noise from their cooling equipment, backup generators, and electrical infrastructure. They can also alter views and change the visual character of the neighborhoods and rural areas that residents value. Finally, transparency and long-term planning matter. Residents should have access to clear information about environmental impacts, tax incentives, infrastructure costs, and future expansion plans before major decisions are made. I just want to state I fully oppose any data centers being considered or built in Pasco. I hope that the decision makers will carefully weigh these costs and benefits and ensure that residents are fully informed and consider whether this type of development aligns with the long-term vision for our community. Thank you again for your time and for listening to my concerns and that of local residents.
Yes, for the record, though, we need to know what your background is in this particular field.
Yes, my background, I'm a resident in Pasco County.
I mean, do you have any background in this particular field, or you're speaking from any particular knowledge, or just your assumptions?
I haven't built any data centers and I don't work in data centers. No, I don't have any experience in them. No.
Okay, it's important to know for everybody to know.
Sure.
So I appreciate your time and I appreciate your making the effort to be here to have us listen to your concerns. And I think some of the things you mentioned are concerns we all have. So thank you very much. Who's next?
Mr. Chair, the next individual on WebEx is Jamie. Jamie Thornton.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay, Jamie, give us your full name and your address, and you need to have your brief sworn, please.
Yes, so my name is Jamie Thornton, 7304 Rockwood Drive.
Okay, and you raise your right hand. Where you in?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that I agree with the temporary moratorium. However, I am pushing for a permanent ban in Pasco County for any kind of data center. And if it's ever considered, other countries are doing far more superior things than using land. They are putting them underwater, since water is such a big resource that these data centers need. So I just wanted to say that's what I'm opposed to anything on land, but I do support the temporary moratorium. I just push for a permanent ban.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, let's address that, the legislation minutes at 12 months. I just want to make the point that I believe the legislation that allows, that we're taking action with, it only allows a 12-month temporary moratorium.
Right.
Are you talking about the state legislation or for the proposed ordinance?
State legislation.
State legislation doesn't regulate the length of our moratorium, but there's case law that suggests that you can't do a moratorium longer than 12 months.
We can feel it means.
However, if you're asking whether the state legislation allows you to permanently ban them, the answer is yes. You can.
Okay, and anybody else online?
There are no more individuals online.
Okay. Is anybody else signed that?
The first individual signed up to speak is Marilyn Holleran.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Marilyn Holleran,
And your address?
8852 Kilmer Way in Hudson.
And you've been sworn now?
I have. Okay, thanks for this opportunity to speak with you. I appreciate it and your time. So I speak on behalf of the Democratic Environmental Caucus of Florida. I'm the president of the Pasco chapter of that organization. We're here because Pasco County is on the front line of climate change, rising seas, record heat, worsening storms, and hyperscale data centers are among the largest single source of new carbon emissions and heat load on the planet. Approving one here without a climate impact study is a decision this county would feel for generations. Developers are scouting Pasco County now. Adjacent counties have already approved projects tied to a grid that runs on fossil fuels more than 70% of the time. Once the proposal arrives at this meeting, terms of what gets built here become much harder to shape. We're not asking for development to be stopped. We're asking the board to answer one question before any permit is issued. What is the carbon cost of what is being built here? And who in Pasco County lives with the climate consequences? Florida's electrical grid runs on 70% fossil fuels. Every megawatt hour consumed by a data center in Pasco is overwhelmingly generated by burning natural gas or oil. A single hyperscale facility drawing 100 megawatts continuously generates roughly 400,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year, equivalent to putting 85,000 additional cars on Florida roads permanently every year the facility operates. Carbon load compounds the climate risks Pasco already faces. We're coastal and low-lying county. More emissions mean more intense storms, higher storm surge, faster sea level rise, and longer heat events all landing here on these residents, on this infrastructure. And the heat is not only in the atmosphere. Data centers exhaust industrial waste heat directly into the surrounding environment, measurably raising ambient temperatures in nearby neighborhoods and accelerating the urban heat island effect in a county that already records some of the highest heat-related illnesses in the state. There's a path forward that does not require choosing between climate and development, require renewable energy sourcing as a permit condition. Other states do it, and Florida statute does not prohibit it. We ask three things. First, require a full greenhouse gas accounting and climate impact assessment. Second, mandate renewable energy sourcing. And third, require annual public carbon reporting so residents know what this board approved and what it costs the climate. And I made it in 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Sure, the next individual is Doris Carroll.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Doris Carroll. I live at 5244 Hawk Drive in Holiday. And I speak on behalf of the Democratic Environmental Caucus of Florida, Pasco County chapter. I am the vice president. We are here because when industrial facilities of this scale move into a county, they do not land in wealthy neighborhoods. They land next to the families who have the least power to stop them and the least resources to provide the consequences. Data center developers are scouting Pasco County now, and we're not asking you to stop development. We're asking the board to answer one question before any permit is issued: which Pasco County communities will bear the noise, the heat, the diesel exhaust, the water draw, and the infrastructure drain? And do they know it's coming? Hyperscale data centers are cited by developers using three criteria: cheap land, grid access, and water availability. These conditions converge most often in lower income and rural communities, places with less organized political opposition, lower property values, and local governments under economic pressure to approve anything that arises with a tax revenue number attached. These facilities bring diesel generator exhaust during outages and diesel generators regularly. They bring continuous low frequency noise for clean equipment that runs 24/7. They draw water from the shared aquifer, and they generate 20 to 50 permanent jobs for a facility that may occupy hundreds of acres and operate for decades. The profits flow out of the county. The pollution, the noise, the water depletion, and the infrastructure costs stay concentrated in the neighborhoods that were already the most vulnerable. That is the definition of environmental justice. Florida law does not require an environmental justice analysis before land use approval. This board can require one anyway. No statute prohibits it, no preemption applies to it. It is an act of governance and it is overdue. In April, Polk County approved a 2.6 billion, 4.4 million square foot hyperscale campus in Fort Meade, a rural community of 5,300 people, majority working class with limited capacity to monitor or enforce what was approved. No environmental justice screening, no community health baseline. Residents said they felt misled. Fort Meade is the pattern, not the exception. Pasco County has communities that fit the same profile, and this board has the authority to make sure they are not next. We are asking for three things. First, require a community health and environmental justice screening before any data center permit vote. Identify which Pasco County population are within the impact communities and what cumulative burdens they already carry. Second, mandate a binding community benefit agreement as a condition of approval. Third, hold at least one community meeting in the affected neighborhood before the board votes. Thank you.
Thank you. I could be here, well, you can please. Want everybody to have time to speak that wants to bring something new to the meeting.
Mr. Chair, the next individual is David Hammond.
Okay, David.
Good afternoon. My name's David Hammond. I live at 30034.
Lift your mic up to the right.
Better?
Yeah.
I live at 30034 Deanna Woods Lane in Weston County. I have been. Data centers have become the backbone of a digital economy. Nobody wants them, but everyone uses them, whether they know it or not, whether they want to or not. The concern can no longer be about stopping their development. The concern must now be about managing their growth, where we want them and how we want them to operate, with a firm set of regulations that will limit their impact on the surrounding community wherever they land. The primary issues that concern Pasco residents are very well known. Excessive power and water consumption, noise, air, water, and thermal pollution, poor site aesthetics, and few employment opportunities. So few, in fact, that the ratio of employed workers to total site size or a data center is among the lowest of any commercial or industrial land use. Even an automated warehouse has better employment ratio on the order of 15 to 40 times higher. Lesser known are good techniques to mitigate these issues. This is because good techniques are in short supply. However, they do exist, and it's up to us to ensure developers avail themselves of them. You want to site a data center in Pasco County, these are the table stakes. The county would provide an appropriate industrial site where no one lives and allow it to be built there. This site would provide hundreds of acres of mature trees for noise containment. They'll augment the tree buffer with berms and other noise abatement technologies. Tell them the power grid is off limits and they are responsible for developing their own clean power. Tell them the aquifer is off limits and that they can either use immersion cooling technology, no water, low power, or they can pull and desalinate water from the Gulf. Tell them they must install a ground level heat exchange to prevent the development of a heat island around the site. When complete, the site must not present a sterile landscape. Pasco County has valuable resources a data center developer wants access to: land, power, water. This means that the county holds the cards. We dictate what the terms of doing business in Pasco County are if you want to build and operate a data center here. These are multi-billion-dollar corporations. Surely they are capable of meeting the demands of the residents who don't want their power rates to go up, who don't want the quality and quantity of the water coming out of the aquifer to go down, and who don't want the quiet pastoral character of their countryside to be fouled and potentially ruined by a massive industrial complex. Remember, gentlemen, you work for us. You don't work for the developers of the data center. The residents we are counting on you to make the correct choices that ensure our needs are met. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Next individual is Walter McBride.
Yep.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Walter McBride, and it's 10210 Miracle Lane in Fort Ritchie. Warren. Huh? It's Warren Walter. Yes. It appears that the decision by people has already been made. That is either A, they don't want a data center, or B, they want it under very strict, limited controls. And what I have not heard, I've heard it alluded to, the lady that called in on the phone, the second one, alluded to it, but she didn't elaborate. Let me elaborate real quickly. A data center could solve all of these problems if it was built underwater. Oh my God. China is currently doing that. Jeff Bezos is currently doing that. Why underwater? Well, number one, it solves, Pasco County, as you well know, was running short of water well before we had this massive influx of people moving from all over the country here. Now it's exacerbated that problem to the point that it's ridiculous. And it's only getting worse. We don't need more of our water use. If you build a data center like China and Jeff Bezos and other people have started to do, you build it underwater. Salt water, the salinity of salt water makes it absorb heat much more efficiently than fresh water. We happen to have a big body of salt water here, in the Gulf of America, right outside. Okay, we can build it there. We won't be tapping into our water. We won't be tapping into our land use that several people commented about. I think we're at the point now where we already know there's a problem. Now it's the point of what are we going to do to solve the problem? That is a viable alternative, and I think whoever's looking into building this should look strongly into this direction for building the data center. Thank you.
No alternatives.
Next individual is Christy Zimmer.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I have another concern. Have you seen the most recent headlines? It says,
If you state your address.
Christy Zimmer, address is on record. NVIDIA will pay your electric. 3615 Franklin Court, Lewis. Morning. I only have 3% left on my phone if I'm going to get this in, 2% now. NVIDIA will pay your electric bill if you host an AI server at your home. The proposed program would spread AI computing across residential properties rather than massive server farms. A new distributed computing project powered by NVIDIA aims to turn residential properties into mini AI hubs. Come on, stretch that a whole lot further, and let's not allow that either. When you're doing your research, I beg you, please look at those micro units as well. Consider doing a citizen advisory committee with people across the county while you're doing this research so that you can get citizens' input and information from them as to how they feel about this process as it moves forward. I have another big concern, and no disrespect, sir, at all, but who in Pasco County has the expertise to review the concerns with a high level of scientific knowledge to determine what is and isn't safe? Please make sure we get the right appropriate people in this process as we research this. And please take into concern the micro units that this company is actually offering property owners. We can't allow that. We've got to put something in there to stop that. Thank you.
The next individual is Chris Shaver.
Hi, my name is Chris Shaver. I live at 37707 Purewater Way, Central Hills, Florida. Thank you for hearing us out. My question is why? Why is this still even available or on the ballot or into consideration? We have major companies coming down here all the time, building these huge warehouses that are supposed to be for supplies. How do we know what's going to go on inside of those facilities? Do we have a monitor at every single one to find out how much data they're using, what they're putting in, when they're putting it in, what's their water use? I don't think so. It saddens me, as long as I've been down here to watch the whole area turn into one big suburb. Why are you doing this? This is your job. Listen to the people. They're telling you right now, no, don't do it. Why isn't it a temporary? Why isn't it a permanent? Why? Thank you.
David Applin. Oh, sorry, David Applin.
Good afternoon. My name is David Applin. I'm a Pasco resident at 13415 Rome Drive in Hudson. I'm here to ask you right now, we have, and I hear everybody talking about the strain on the water company, the electric company. Well, where is the regulations that are gonna contain these electric company and the water company instead of putting a cost on us? Because I mean, the electric companies, I mean, they can charge whatever they want right now. And that is my big concern. And then you talk about putting it in the water. We don't even know the effects of putting it in water yet. And yet we have a coral reef out here that produces algae that is poisonous and it's deteriorating. So, I mean, we need time to study this. And that's why I support the moratorium. Let's pause. Let's put a pause on this. Let's not jump to conclusions. And let's get the right answers in here. Thank you. Yes.
Can you say you were sworn and restate your?
I was sworn in.
Okay, can you restate your address?
Oh, it's 13415 Rome Drive, Hudson, Florida.
Thank you.
And I'm retired, disabled veteran.
The next individual is Laura Strain.
I'm gonna pass because the questions were already spoken about it.
The next would be Cindy.
Cindy Scott.
You got 3 minutes.
I've been doing a lot of research and a lot of homework. Hi, my name is Cindy Scarda. I've been sworn in. I'm from 29157 Cochiti Lake Drive. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen, not only for my county of Pasco, but the whole state of Florida, actually. I'm in favor of the moratorium. I think it should be a permanent moratorium given our fragile water supply and our unique geological and environmental characteristics. We are built on limestone, very porous. Our aquifer is already under massive stress because of our population growth. Tampa Bay region is in its worst drought in 50 years. It's enduring one of the worst water supply shortages in 50 years, with officials warning of severe restrictions and a heavy reliance on groundwater and desalinated seawater. Right now, Pasco County is under a phase 3 modified water shortage order. So I'm being asked to not water my lawn, not wash my car, turn off the water while I'm brushing my teeth, but we are going to consider massive data centers that consume huge amounts of our precious water. I just believe that do we really need more data centers in Florida? We have 120 of them, with 4 more coming, 2 more right there over in Polk County. So is there really a need? I think given our unique aquifer system, that we should really do a full-scale moratorium. You just said that the law doesn't prevent you from doing that you can have a permanent ban. I've researched and I found that Pasco
County's Floridian aquifer is not considered suitable for large-scale data center operations because of its fragile hydrogeology, limited freshwater yield, and vulnerability to overpumping. We're seeing sinkholes, other things like that. Also, there are other community concerns, noise, heat, not only electricity, water, but all those other concerns as far as massive land use. So I am in favor of the moratorium. I believe we should have a permanent moratorium. Florida's unique. You know, we have a different type of water system here. We have a different kind of limestone geology. And I think that should very much be put into consideration. So thank you very much for taking the time and allowing me to speak today.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you're here representing your citizenry and listening to the people in your community that elect you into office. So thank you. Bye.
Next individual is Janice Davis.
Janice Davis.
Correct.
Chief Ranger.
The next individual is Judith Johnson.
My name is Judith Johnson. I live at 17031 US Highway 301 on Dade City. I'm just a concerned citizen. I'm not a politician, a lawyer, anything else. But first of all, there's been all this new development that's been going up here in Dade City. And can you promise these people fresh water? Can you promise them that their electricity costs are not going to rise? And who's going to take care of the already existing power structures that are outdated, built in the early 1900s? They're supposed to take care of these massive data centers. I just don't understand how it can be. But then also, no one's talked about the actual health issues that we're going to face. And the sound levels alone, that you can feel them as well as hear them. And it's been reported a solid mile in every direction. People are kept awake, they're stress, cognitive issues, inflammation of the brain, primary stress hormones, the cortisol levels are rising. These are all being shown that these are happening. Also, AI contributes to PSA, which is forever chemicals, forever in our bodies. We cannot get rid of them. They are known to harm our kidneys, our liver, and our blood. And so how is Pasco County ready to face those health conditions of this, what's going to happen to all of us through our health? And also there's climate change, global warming, droughts. And there's, this is just the beginning. So are these people that want to move to our community, who would want to move here? All those things are here. I mean, it's like, and their developers, are they going to be happy that no one's moving into these new developments that, doesn't make any sense to me. They also show that livestock is dying. Bees are dying. If they cannot be pollinating the food, we die. If we don't have clean water, we die. And chickens are laying eggs. If we don't, it's just, birds are dying. Blood butterflies are missing. I mean, it's just insanity. So, and who profits? Billionaires? I mean, do we need more billionaires making more of our money, taking our water, taking our...
Okay.
So anyway, I believe that
I ask you kindly not to get quiet and make noise. Let people speak.
You're going to get asked to leave if you keep it up.
We deserve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And we all stood up and took an oath. Liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Anita Stewart.
Anita Stewart.
He's coming.
Okay. Anita, you've been sworn.
Yes,
You might want to pull that mic down a bit.
and I live at 36830 Beth Avenue in Zephyr Hills. And I did speak at the county commission meeting this morning, so I don't want to repeat all of that since it's on record. But I did want to add a few things, and I wanted to base them on Pasco County, Florida, open spaces, vibrant places.
Center though, because of all of the concerns that have been raised. But it also concerns me if the key word in the exemptions is primary. So to your point, Mr. Moody, if somebody opens up an office building and says, we're going to use 2 of the floors out of the 5 or 4 or 3, and that's going to be a server farm, but it's not the primary, we're leasing out office space, something to that effect, they're still circumventing the rules. If it's supporting the primary purpose of that business or that building, then it's a little bit different. So I'm just thinking out loud. You guys are the engineers. I'm not an engineer. Hopefully we can clarify that exemption portion just a little bit to protect Pasco. But again, data centers, anything with a mega in front of it, they don't belong in the state of Florida. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's what they refer to as well with incidental to the use of the property. So it's, I think that is covered with that incidental use. That way it's incidental to the primary use of the property.
Julia Mark tonight.
Julia Barton, 2645 Meadowood Drive in Pershing, Florida, 34655. I have been sworn in, and I would like to share that the technology is just not ready yet to do this. In Pasco County, or anywhere in Florida. And I would propose extending the moratorium after this year to 5 years. In 5 years, we'll have a lot more advanced technology available. And we'll have a lot more science backing it. In the Scandinavian countries, they actually use the theme for the data centers to grow community gardens and feed people. But like the former speaker shared, Florida is very hot. We've not only suffered a drought, severe drought for many years, we've also suffered many countless fires, and we just can't sustain any more heat. Emissions don't stay in one place. People spoke about emissions and public health, but emissions tend to be carried everywhere with the wind, and don't just affect public health of one community, but affect the public health of many communities. Our Dade Hills incinerator is in about a year, is going to need extreme maintenance. Many people don't know about this, but it's going to pay for that maintenance. This is going to pay for the maintenance of the Dade Hills incinerator. It's going to fall apart. Many incinerators have been closed down when they get to the stage of their life in Pasco. So we have enough problems without, bringing technology that is not going to be sustainable. Now, if we bring it in now, even in a year, which is a blink of an eye, it will destroy Pasco County. It will totally destroy. We need independent researchers and not people that are, the same people working on the same situations. We need specialists in these areas, and we all need to be involved. Everybody here needs to be made aware of the public hearings on this, because we don't want just this one public hearing and then it goes away. We all want to continue to be involved on this issue. So again, the moratorium needs to be extended for 5 years, and we definitely, don't want to go from no mega data centers to like, oh, okay, well, a year from now, we're going to allow a lot of mini data centers. So we don't want to be behind in the technology, but we don't
we want to wait until it's better because data centers, when they're done correctly, can be a benefit to communities. But right here, right now in Pasco County, it's not the time or the place. And 1 year, it's not the time or the place. And 5 years. Thank you.
And we're beginning to cover a lot of the same topics with a lot of the same people. So, please, when you come up, if you're going to speak, try to bring something new.
The next individual is Richard Smith. Hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Richard Smith, 116 8th Avenue Southeast. I have been sworn in.
This Dade City?
What?
Dade City, or you?
No, I'm not Dade City.
Or you just gave the street number name, you did still work.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually Largo. I reside, I live here. I own it in Largo. But some of these are broad concerns. So I want to just tell a real quick story before I go ahead. In the middle of our neighborhood in Pasco, there is a small commercial area, designated for helpful things that all the neighborhoods might like daycares, dentists, nursing homes, those kinds of things. So we were all kind of surprised when the new tenant that was going to be coming in there under the kind of general blanket of nursing home facility is a method. So the reason I say that is because, the way this works is that there's broad classifications that buildings fall into. And those classifications have to meet certain demands, right? So if it's type X, it has certain environmental restrictions. If it's type Y, it has others. I work in architecture. I have to categorize the buildings all the time. And if I look at the Florida Building Code, I don't know what occupancy I would classify these under. I don't know if I see some PEs here. Can any of you speak to what that would fall under? As far as the occupancy?
I think that's the point of the moratorium.
Okay.
The moratorium is so that we can figure out how to amend the code so that we don't have to amend Florida building code here, but I understand your concern. Problem we have is that the data center technology has evolved faster than the regulations to deal with them. So that's the reason for the proposal.
That is fantastic. I agree with that. And I just want to add, regardless of what we say we're classifying something as, what often happens at the same time, the developers come in and they want to have them minimize, or they want to minimize their impact fees. So they will play this game of, how can we fit it into this category, right? And that happens all the time. And when I work with several counties, because we work all over the state, all over the country, and when we we often get the answer, oh, well, it's under this category, it's meeting the restrictions of the Florida Building Code or, whatever other codes. But when I ask different people in the county, maybe the guy I'm working with is not there, I get a different answer. When I work even, city to city, right? Not even just in the county, right? I get different answers. And, various counties are all different. So even when we have clear definitions, I don't know if that means I'm going to get off.
Yeah, that's your time.
Oh, okay. Well, I would just hope that we would be very, very cautious with what's at stake.
Thank you.
The next individual is Stephanie Lee.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Debbie Bassett. I've been sworn. I live at 29955 Cedar Waxwing in Wesley Chapel. And I second and concur with a lot of what's been said today, especially the comments by the Democratic Environmental Caucus. I thought they brought up really good points on things that we could do to mitigate concerns. And so what I would like request that you all keep in mind as you navigate this issue is the question, at what cost? Because when we hear about a new development opportunity of any type, one of the questions typically asked first is how much revenue will it generate? But I would suggest that the more important question that we should be asking is at what cost? If a data center wants to come to Pasco County and consume our land, our power capacity, our infrastructure, residents deserve to know what we're getting in return and what are we giving up for that. Will these facilities generate revenue? Likely, yes. But at what cost to our water resources? At what cost to the electrical grid and the power capacity, to residents' power bills, to climate change impacts, to infrastructure and to quality of life, all topics that have been brought up. But potentially most importantly, what is the actual benefit to Pasco County residents once all of those costs are accounted for? Because revenue alone should not be the measure of success. On every development project, data centers or otherwise, we need to be asking whether the value created exceeds the cost to our residents. And we should also be asking what problems are we trying to solve by bringing in these types of centers? If the goal is jobs or economic diversification or revenue generation, is a data center the best use of that land and those resources? Because every acre that we dedicate is an acre that we can't use for other projects that might provide greater long-term benefits. It's also an acre that is no longer green space, supporting wildlife or natural flood mitigation or environmental resources that maintain our quality of life. Because once that land is developed, those benefits are lost forever. And that opportunity cost deserves careful consideration before we move forward. So I do support the proposed moratorium. However, I would also encourage the county to view this not just as a one-year countdown, but as a work plan, like has been discussed. It should produce results. Before it expires, the county should complete this comprehensive analysis of all of these impacts and the benefits that it could possibly bring, but also the drawbacks to our community and whether maybe there's a better way to do it. People have mentioned water or households, you know, the technology is advancing so quickly. There may be better ways to do this without jeopardizing our land for data centers now. And if after a year, if we can't ensure that Pasco residents and our land are protected and prioritized and benefit from these projects, then we have no business approving projects that could impact Pasco County for decades to come. Thank you.
My name is Dawn Henricks. My address is 34259 Whittington Lane in Dade City. I just moved here about a year and a half ago, and I'm very honored to be able to live in a rural area, extreme amount of wildlife. It's very beautiful, lots of livestock and farms. And one thing that has not really been addressed overly much is how much the impact is going to be on the actual wildlife and the livestock that is here. And the pollution, the water. What about the water that's being put back in? Where is that going? I've done a lot of research on reading about what other communities that have been impacted, and they say the water that is coming back out of the data centers is very polluted and brown, not able to be used, and people are getting sick from it. And how does that impact? Like, we have tons of lakes and waterways and stuff. Like, where is that water going to be impacted in that? And also, clearly, because we have such a rural area, so many people are on wells. And one thing that people have said, that they were living in rural areas, their wells completely dry up. So what happens to all these farms and the livestock areas and people that live on the land? When that water dries up, they have no access to water whatsoever because their wells are dried up. And then the water that does get replaced is contaminated. So that is something that has to be really addressed. And of course, everybody's already mentioning the drought. Once the water is gone, it just doesn't flow back in. And also one thing that has been mentioned, but really needs to be considered, because that is what everybody said, the property values completely tank. The property values of all the areas that are surrounding just go down. So, and one thing I would like to say is that you guys were talking about a limit on the kilowatts of units, and people were saying, well, what about putting like a 20 kilowatt limit on it? Well, what happens when a company comes in and say, okay, we're gonna skirt this issue and we'll build more than one unit, you know, in order to get below that limit? Is that going to be something that needs to be worded, and how do we work around that so companies aren't going in and buying up multiple pieces of property and putting in multiple permits in order to get what they want long term? And then also I have noticed that there are some warehouses around here that are not being utilized. They're completely empty. There's never any cars. They're just like gigantic units they're not being used for anything. Are those already units that could possibly be used for something and we don't know about it? So, you know, and can they just be using it as soon as the moratorium is lifted? Can they just go in and just do it? And one last thing is, when the moratorium, we're talking about a moratorium, but during that year, could companies be going in and just planning, using that year to plan? And then as soon as it's over, they just go in and put in the permits. Anyway, thank you.
I just want to address the question, the moratorium is on building permits as well, so if a building is vacant, they would not be able to get a building permit for a data center either. So it would apply to a vacant building as well.
Hey, if you have an existing warehouse, okay, what stops somebody from moving computers? I don't need a building permit to put computer servers in a building.
You do for the electrical service.
My point, thank you. You just made my point. You do for the electrical service. And that was the point I was trying to make to you, Mr. Engel, about the power consumption. It was Ms. Schaefer that brought the point up earlier too, about using an existing warehouse. And the only way you're going to catch them is by limiting the amount of electrical service you can put into that building. You don't come in and apply for a building permit for a data center, but you do come in and say, I want a 10,000 ampere electric service. That's the way you need to catch these things.
I think
It's just like, I can haul as many computers as I wanted to my garage, and there's nothing, any zoning law is going to do anything about it. You can't see it, you can't smell it, you can't hear it, you can't taste it. But where you can catch me is when I come in and I say, I need 5,000 amp service to power all these things.
So it's more than just the services, it's also the build out of the power within the building. So you have to, every outlet, every access point in that service, all of that electrical infrastructure has to get permitted as well. And that's where we can see whether or not it's being used for a data center or it's 10,000 amps of service being used for a manufacturing facility.
Mr. Pontus, I can submit an electrical plan and I don't have to show what's being plugged into the outlet.
The data centers require very specific electrical infrastructure within the building to be able to. So in other words, it has to be able to.
Let me just interject here so we don't keep going on. The the whole exercise here is for us to be able to gather information, things that we need to consider when we want to either approve or disapprove, one of these centers. So we're not making any decisions about today, except that we want to have a moratorium to give us an opportunity for the next 12 months or whatever period it might be, find out. I bet you there's probably nobody in this room that really understands what these data centers are and do and what they're capable of. So let's find out together what they can do and what we need to do and what dangers there are and come up with practical solutions rather than argue about them up here. I don't think one on one point or the other point, because there's so many things we don't know about data centers that we need a forum like this to bring up items for you to consider. And that's what we're here for. We're not here to argue about whether we're gonna approve one tomorrow or not, because we're not gonna approve one. We need the information. That's what we're looking for.
What I'm getting at is the language of the proposed moratorium on the table. I want to make certain that no one can use the exception that's in the proposed moratorium to backdoor a data center.
Right. Those are some of the things that we need to make sure we take that and we'll talk about duration or the ordinance.
What's the primary use and what's an incidental use? So let's just say I'm a cryptocurrency broker. All right. And I have a big building, and in the front part of that building, I run my cryptocurrency brokerage. And in the back of that building, I have my crypto mining operation that uses lots of power. That incidental to my crypto business.
Those are the things we have to decide.
I'm getting at.
Yeah. Right. Those are the things we don't have answers for, and we're trying to get to the point where we will have answers, and we can write an ordinance that makes sense. So, I mean, everybody out here is a resident of Pasco County. We have the same concerns, the same desires that most of you have. We want a nice place to live. We don't want to be interrupted by noise. We want to make sure we have drinking water. We want to be able to flush the toilet. We're all in the same boat. So this is not an adversarial situation. This is an information gathering opportunity. And we're trying to give you the opportunity to give us information and us the opportunity to consider it. And then we'll be able to go on to the next step. You're not going to be excluded from this process throughout the next 12 months.
So, Mr. Mooney, I don't necessarily have a problem with including a cap on the incidental uses megawatts of power. I just don't know I don't have the expertise to know what it would be.
And I understand that's the problem, that's the technical problem that we have here. My only concern, and of course, we need to listen to the rest of the folks that will come, but back for discussion. But I'd express some reservation about the exception that's in the proposed language. I want to make sure that when we come back and consider that someone can't come up with some creative explanations for what they're doing just to backdoor a data center in here. Believe me, when there's enough money on the line, they'll come up with all the creative geniuses in the world to try to figure out how to do that.
It's a legitimate concern. I just don't know what to cap the incidental. I mean, obviously the school district is not going to be doing a 20 megawatt server.
20 megawatts, but I don't know if, whether helpful if there was someone from the power company that could give us some insight. I don't know whether that's a megawatt, a gigawatt.
I think someone from staff said it earlier, because there was a determination made that a data processing center is not the same as a data center. So my question is, and maybe from a zoning standpoint, we don't have that definition of a data center, which means that it's not permitted in any of our zoning categories. So my question really to you was, you were saying if somebody's going in there and putting a data center in somewhere, well, that would be a violation of the zoning code, because it's not permitted in any zoning district.
There's no law against moving.
Well, I think this is what purpose of the exception is saying what's allowed is the primary use. Primary use is a permitted use. Whatever say it's a restaurant or an office building. That's the allowed use in the zoning district. This server room or computer room is an accessory use to the allowed use in the zoning district. It just happens to fall within the definition, the state definition of a data center, because that state definition is so broad. That's why staff had to put that exception in there, because it technically means the state definition of a data center. But from a zoning perspective, staff's looking at it as it's allowed, the primary use is what's allowed under the zoning district. But we're allowing this state-defined data center as an accessory use to that primary use. So in your case, the permitted use is a school. We're allowing your quote data center because it's an accessory use to your school. It happens to be the state definition of a data center. That's the problem. That's why we had to put that exclusion in there.
Okay. And I got a little charge to school. And then I stopped to build my gymnasium with server equipment that uses 50 megawatts. My primary use is school for a data center.
Those are the things that.
I would argue that it's
Read the 11 megawatts. What's what I know?
I would argue I would argue at some point it ceases to become an accessory use for an incidental use to the school. I mean, obviously at some point, I would argue if they're doing 50 megawatts, they're probably not just serving the school.
Correct. Because the other issue is.
I guess at that point, he's probably selling that service base to somebody else.
The other issue is the more we argue semantics, the longer the moratorium does not take effect. So we have to get something in place to be able to put a hole in this. So
But you made your point. I don't have a problem with putting a cap on the megawatts for an incidental. Because I think at some point it ceases to become an incidental or accessory use. I agree with you. I just don't know where to put that cap.
Derek, you understand the urgency and have the temporary moratorium, but I did find a copy of the new state statute. State is going to be compiling data and conducting study. I would tell you that if the moratorium were to go into effect today, that it would expire before the state actually is, for the due date for the state studies. So I think that our proposed moratorium needs to align with the state's data collection effort too, and I think that's July 1, 2027.
Yeah, 12 months.
Well, I mean, we're pretty close though, by the time this gets to the board.
Yeah, but you're gonna need, some state's going to have a volume of data that someone's going to have to read, that's going to take time to review all of that data, comprehend that data, and then create regulations.
All right. I get your point, but we also have the problem is that if you don't get your moratorium in effect, then the problem is that you have to think of an application.
You're mired in what is a data center and what is not a data center, and what's a primary use, and what's accessory use. Maybe what we should be regulating is the things that are the ills that are created by these, whatever we're calling them. Okay, the ills being excessive water usage, excessive power usage that becomes a burden to the cause of everybody's electricity rates go up, excessive emissions, excessive noise, maybe those are the things we should be regulating to stop this. Not necessarily trying to correct the definition that someone more creative than us.
That's kind of my point when I was mentioning really the crux of the argument. That's the issue that everyone has with it. It's the impact on natural resources, electric bills, noise, impact on the environment, and so forth. So it may be easier to regulate that than it would be to regulate the data centers.
I don't disagree with you, but the problem is knowing what is excessive is the whole purpose of study. It's just, Scott doesn't know what.
That's a chicken and the egg problem.
Scott doesn't know what's excessive yet, is the problem.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was trying to make, is that we can go on forever about.
Well, should we just go with state definitions? The state has for a large data center 50 megawatts. And then the state in that same statute ordered the water management districts not to issue consumptive use permits if the water withdrawal was going to exceed 100,000 gallons per day.
You debate that later
So
so that
there's
we
already
can.
some technical guidance given in statute as to what these things are.
I mean,
Please.
let me back up. So the point of the discussion though was eliminating what is considered accessory. That was the point of this. So you're relying on a state definition of what is a large scale data center. I don't think there's any world where that's accessory. So if you're going to put a cap on it, I'd rather you be talking more like what Mr. Engel talked about, which is I think 20 megawatt or. But I mean,
I'm not opposed to making it 1 megawatt.
I mean, but I mean, I don't know what the right number is. I'm just saying the thought process here is that this was intended to apply to computer closets. That was the original intent. And so, or maybe the school board's, server room that's in the back behind the building. That was the point of this exception. Whatever that megawatt is, we need to figure out what that is, but that was the goal of this. It wasn't for a 50 megawatt large scale data center. So I wouldn't.
You know, just a lawyer for a minute. Okay, some other smart lawyer is going to come in and figure out how to call it something else and slide it in under the door.
I'm saying, staff, can you give us some thoughts on a megawatt that we can use to cap the accessory? I'm asking staff, not members of the public, please.
So I'd like to move that we continue the public comment, and then we can continue having
Or
this
can you
discussion.
think about it while we take public comment, please, or research it or something, please?
The next individual is Richard Somerville.
It's 16205 Larson Lane, Hudson. My friend wanted to ask about Publix, like Publix could put in a data center. I don't understand much, but any kind of company could put in a data center for their entire grocery chain within Pasco County. A few weeks ago, I told a friend that I only wanted to use AI when it was absolutely necessary because it uses too much energy. He said, you have to use AI to defeat your enemies. As I thought about it later, I imagined what it would be like if everyone on Earth used AI to defeat their enemies or to simply compete. Wouldn't that likely mean massive amounts of land use to build data centers, massive amounts of water use for cooling, and massive amounts of fossil fuel use? I heard that you shouldn't demonize AI because some uses of AI are beneficial, but how much of AI is used for unimportant things or information that can be found in other ways? What I want to stress is that it isn't AI alone that should be demonized. It's the cumulative impacts of everything that is deteriorating the biosphere. I read that the 2014 Pulitzer Prize-winning book, The Sixth Extinction by Elizabeth Kolber. There's been 5 mass extinctions in Earth's history. The 6th mass extinction is occurring right now and is being caused by humans. The causes I remember from the book are habitat loss, habitat fragmentation, climate change, ocean acidification, and exotic species introductions. AI contributes to all except one of these problems if fossil fuels are used as an energy source. Regulation is necessary to protect people from themselves and others. Comparison, a perfect example are seatbelt laws. We are required by law to wear seatbelts. The harms large corporations do now and into the future are and will be just as real and more serious than the harms caused by not wearing a seatbelt. But these corporations, including fossil fuel corporations and other industries, are not adequately regulated because of their political power and influence. My friend's statement about defeating your enemies is the age-old story of humans striving for wealth and power. Will hyper-competitiveness continue until it ends in societal collapse? Worldwide societal collapse is possible or even probable as the world's average temperature goes up to 4, 5, or 6 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And an increase of more than 6 degrees Celsius is possible if we keep burning fossil fuels. Please carefully consider all the harms and suggestions of the Democratic Environmental Caucus of Florida submitted before. Please impose a 5-year moratorium on AI data centers in Pasco County so proper studies can be completed. Please stop climate change. Please stop the sixth mass extinction. Thank you.
The next individual is Henry. Henry. I'm here. Okay. David Miltonberger. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. I do have some documents by the Board if they would be willing.
Receive second. Favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign.
Sure. Thank you.
Actually. 3 minutes you can be out.
This clock didn't move yet, sir. Given some time for everybody to receive the documents. Thank you. Yes, David Miltonberger. Contract purchaser at a site, lot B1A in the Double Branch Pasco Town Center Development. Right, Denver State 75. My name is David Miltonberger. That's the address. I live up from Parkland, Florida.
I'm sorry.
Parkland, Florida.
Yeah,
Yes, 120 North 78th Place, Parkland, Florida. And the site I just mentioned is in the Double Branch complex there. And I have some more.
Is that vacant or one of the existing?
It's a vacant site there. So what I delivered or just handed you all, on the top page is a picture that shows a proposed small data center facility that's 19.9 megawatts. They go right next to the brand new substation that was built by REC. There are no residential neighbors. There are no neighbors. It's interstate to one to the left side to the west. There are no neighbors around. It is an industrial park. It is zoned correctly for our purpose at this moment. And our proposed facility would use about 19.9 megawatts, which REC has confirmed they have available today. We have confirmed that the utility price cannot go up on any of the public. We have confirmed that the water usage of such facility would be approximately 300,000 gallons per year of potable water, which is less than most car washes, less than most hotels, less than 1/10 of what a golf course uses. There are frankly a lot of new inventions and technologies that have been created that allow it to use much, much less resources than has been talked about. We actually fully support much of what has been talked about today related to large data center companies. We are not that. My wife and I moved to Florida 3 years ago when my wife was pregnant. I had a good success before that, and I was able to retire for a few years to spend every day with our girl. Literally every day, raised her, slept with her every night. Some of the best 2 years of my life. I care about the future of our world. And so about a year ago, I started creating a new type of data center facility that was much smaller, does not use the resources that all these large hyperscalers use. Frankly, I would be as upset as most of the constituents and members of the community here with what you see nationwide and what's going on with hyperscalers taking up all the resources. Again, that is not us. We have a beautiful, perfect site here that already has the power. We can certify and promise and swear at whatever you want us to do to prove that we will not be using water. About 97% of our water can be reusable. We use closed loop cooling for the water. A lot of it is used water, like sewer water. And we are not a detriment to the society. In fact, we actually plan to generate about $3 million per year in tax revenue for the county. We ask for no incentives, nothing else, that the site is already zoned correctly. So our stance is not to stop the moratorium. We're not here to stop it. All I would ask is that the county follows what the state has already done. The state has already categorized a ban on 50 megawatts or more. We support that. And we actually want to add an additional ban of data center cannot be more than 1,000 feet from a substation. That will further allow your county to make sure no data centers are going in random places around the community. There are very specific places that a data center could go per and following all these other, and feel free to add language about restricting water, noise, power, etc. Happy to answer whatever questions you all have.
Bit more about the water usage. You said 300,000 gallons a year. And will this operate 365 days a year?
Yes, sir. It would operate 365 days a year, and that is potable water. So the total water, which includes sewer, which we can take as much reclaimed water as we need, is about 10 million gallons per year for a 19.9 megawatt facility. So potable water, which is what most people care about, is taking their shower, taking their baths, literally can be less than 500,000 gallons a year.
Have enough to supply the needs of our own residents, right? Say that there's no concern there. But so.
Because there's about 10 million gallons.
So you're saying that you really need 10 billion
Yes,
gallons.
and we can use it from multiple sources, yes.
Yeah, because I just said delivering reclaimed water to your site, that means that's not going to the resident's site, which means they have to use more potable water, so it's still kind of the same issue.
Not here to misread this label effect. We've got potable water and total water usage. So total water usage is 10 million gallons per year for a 19.9
Okay, now
megawatt.
something me about the use. Is the state consumptive use of this water, meaning I'm going to need 10 million gallons every year, or am I taking this 10 million gallons and I'm reusing it over and over and over, and I only need to top it off to the tune of 500,000 gallons once every year, once every 2 years? Or am I actually burning through 10 million gallons of water?
You're still utilizing that, and yet you're still utilizing that much water per year, every year. And that's way down from what it was before. And obviously hyperscalers from, a couple of years ago, these incredible crazy numbers that they use. That's before they even got to closed loop cooling, which is what they.
So if it's a closed loop system, then where's the water usage coming from?
A lot of it's evaporative, and then some of it, we still have to blow off some off the top, but I can certainly get you more answers. I would, sir, I am not our engineer. I'm not.
And then what's the land usage for this?
30 acres.
This gives us a lot of color for what we're discussing today, so I appreciate the information.
Of course. Yeah, we're not against we're happy to see people, stopping, overuse of water and power and all that stuff. We just propose that our site does not do that.
At 10 million gallons a year, that's about 27,500 gallons a day. What size water service you would need to?
I don't have the right off answer. I know that is still less than a golf course.
Where
is there any of that water that then goes back into the wastewater stream, or is that all evaporated?
I know there is a little bit, sir, that does go back. I don't have the exact percentage. One of the bottom packets was a little bit bigger summary on water usage. I don't believe it's covered in there how much water actually goes back in. I can certainly get you that info, sir. Yeah, like I said, I'm not our chief engineer, but I can certainly get the people.
Suggesting is that we would stick with the state's large scale data definition of the 50 megawatts. I don't know whether that's appropriate. You're saying your proposed would use less than 20 megawatts?
Yes, sir. 19.9, which is the amount that REC utility has readily available for us right now. And they can provide that power without any additional, documents or recommendations from the power utility above them. That is a power that is readily available.
And that power be fed from existing substations, or is there any requirement to bring in any? Do I have to create a little substation on your property to process that much electricity?
No, sir, they said no. Since we're directly adjacent, 10 feet away, and that's partly what makes that site so attractive for us.
I see.
We don't see a whole lot of other uses for that site. Again, it's against Highway Interstate 75 and a substation in an industrial park. Completely vacant, 600 acre plus, gigantic industrial park. We would love to be the first buyer and tenant there or landowner in that facility.
So if you're under your 19.9, why are you suggesting the threshold be 50? Why not what Mr. Engel suggested, which is 20?
We're happy to suggest 20. It's just in a lot of ways, counties and different laws are just have an easier time following what's already been coded, which is the state law of 50 megawatts or more. And so in some ways, per your law and your counsel and your attorney, sometimes it's easier just to join that number that's already been put into law, 50 megawatts or more.
What would be the impact if we made that 10? What would be the impact to you?
Well, it would mean obviously our facility could max out at 10 megawatts. I would come back and ask, is that 10 megawatts usable by the actual data center computers and servers inside, or is that for the entire site, which includes the air conditioning, the cooling, the water, the other power? So there's part of that power that goes towards non-data systems, which is the cooling, the heating.
They're probably a pretty significant portion.
It's about 20% is used towards those other ancillary things. So if we have a facility that's 19.9 megawatts total, about 4 megawatts would be.
Try to ask the question. If we capped it at 10 megawatts, would that mean your facility would have to be half the size, 2/3 of the size, 1/3 of the size?
Yeah, good question. It's basically half. It'd be, 40% smaller. 40 to 50% smaller.
So why is your facility is 19.9 megawatts? Is that because that's what REC can provide you right now? Is that simply? Okay.
And if they could provide you 50 megawatts, would you have a bigger operation in the same space, or would you need more space?
We would need a little more space. As most people know, a lot of the technologies that continue to get denser and denser, and how much square footage you need to be able to handle power. Still, with that said, we would still utilize more space. So if we were given the ability to have more power, we would either create a second building or you would add on to the existing building. Right now, we have 30 acres under contract. That can allow for up to 40 or so megawatts. Just depends how dense we make the racks.
Getting the data out, how does that happen? Does that go over the airwaves, or is this fiber optic cables, or how does that happen? And is that type of facility there and available?
We would contract with fiber companies to make sure they bring. We're agnostic to brands, so we would have at least two different fiber companies that bring data in. They connect us to the world.
So you're not currently sure if that's there?
I believe the fiber's within like a mile, and the fiber companies are jumping up and down to bring fiber to the site, so that's not gonna be, we don't think it's an issue.
There's no broadcast towers, no big dishes, no.
No, sir. The tax revenue alone is equal to, I think my math is something like 20 or 30 grocery stores is how much we can deliver. And again, we're not asking for anything for the county other than let us move forward as currently zoned.
I have a question on that. Can someone pull up those MQD conditions and actually confirm that the zoning was approved to have a data center there?
David Engel, Planning and Economic Development. So first of all, Mr. Miltenberger made a statement that he's zoned. We don't permit data centers here in Pasco County, so he does not have the zoning. There are prescribed titled uses in that MPUD, but I don't have them right available to me. I alluded because I wanted to be cordially confidential. I did speak with a gentleman. He established a meeting with the Pasco Economic Development Council. I know of this project. I know a lot about this project because he was very forthcoming. But we talked about how he could move forward. We talked about the statement of necessity. If he's, if he's serving something here in Pasco that's good for the county and it fulfills our economic development program, then he can go to the board on a basis of necessity. So that's where we're at now. And it's in full disclosure also, I was told that there would be 30 employees on this 30-acre property to support this facility.
30 employees.
That's an employee an acre.
Okay. So Mr. Pitos earlier alluded to data processing being associated with employees and data center being associated with not having employees. So how are we drawing that line?
Would you like me to sit down a board or stay up?
We're not trying to have a de facto zoning hearing for your project, but you're.
Happy to stay, yeah, happy to stay.
It's actually helpful to trying to figure out how to make this decision.
Exactly. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
I can just tell you, Mr. Moody, what I was told by this gentleman, that his facility, specific design, which is unique to his business model, will support 30. I asked him how many employees would be situated on the property, and his answer was 30 employees. He said there'll be engineers, technicians, security people, and it would require a 30-person staffing. Right?
Yes, sir. Technicians, security, variety of.
You said that the uses in that double branch don't allow for a data center.
We don't permit data centers in Pasco County, and it's not stipulated, I don't believe, in the MPUD, but we'll double check that.
Well, what are you calling him?
Well, he's a data center. He said the zoning is in place for him. I'm saying it's not.
That's our understanding, but if we're mistaken, we just got the site under contract.
Answer the question. What are you calling his business?
He is a data center. He actually constructs a facility. He owns and operates it, and he sells capacity within his data center to customers who actually rent space in the data center.
So what is Amazon Web Services?
Amazon Web Services could be a data center. I mean, and by the way, all these Yelp and all these others, they're using AI also. So it's all one situation now. They're not separate anymore.
This is part I'm trying to get at. And here it is. We're going to get into the semantics of what do we call this versus this is why I'm trying to get at more of a performance-based. We can argue all day about what we want to call this, and I'll get 10 clever attorneys that'll come in and tell him, well, you just call it something else to tell Mr. Engel that I am allowed in that zoning district. And what we really need to be focused on is what are the things that we can see, hear, smell, taste, touch. Those are kind of the basic tenets of zoning.
I can certainly say with confidence that Mr. Mittenberger came into tomorrow with a building permit application or a site plan application, but would not issue permits for that project because it is a data center. Pasco County doesn't permit data centers, and hopefully we'll have a moratorium in place to allow.
I can appreciate that, but I've been around long enough to know that there's a nice attorney, but I won't mention his name, who will be in the following day to sue you.
Sue me. I'm prepared for that.
I'm curious, you made your zoning determination, you say pretty emphatically that you're zoned for this year.
That's the understanding we had in reading the language, but we just put the site under contract a week ago and we were obviously shocked. It was a 3-month negotiation with the seller to get the site under contract. Yeah. It was a long battle to get the site finally under contract. And then of course we were shocked to hear that you guys are all considering a moratorium to ban our use, but our understanding was that it was done correctly. So therefore we had not engaged with the county in planning and zoning ahead of, 2-3 months ago. Normally I would engage with the county immediately as we're, working to negotiate a site. This one, we thought it was fine because it was in the MPUD, and we understood it to be an absolute approved use for the seller and the seller broker.
Question, and I apologize because now we're going to get sidetracked on this semantics of this thing. What are you classifying your use as that you think is approved in the MPUD?
The data center.
Why do you think that's an approved use?
Something industrial or industrial use. There are those classifications across the country. It falls under a light industrial or industrial use. For the zoning classification. I'm available anytime if anyone from the council or board wants to discuss.
Thank you. Appreciate the data.
Thank you.
Yeah, for section 3.2 here is really interesting to look at the different cooling architectures. The old cooling architecture used 4 to 6 million gallons per megawatt use. So 19.9 megawatt project would use 80 to 120 million gallons with the old style of cooling. Now there's hybrid, which is limited evaporative, which would reduce that to 20 to 40 million gallons. What he was proposing was a closed loop liquid with air cooled chillers, which would use 8 to 12 million gallons. So I guess there's still some evaporative cooling there. And then the next generation that technology is still being developed is a near zero usage of water and a truly closed loop system. So less than 2 million gallons used. 19.9 megawatt project. So it's interesting to see the technology that's out there and how it's being developed. Because the other thing we got to be careful doing is if there are technological breakthroughs that use very little water or very little power at some point in the next 6 months, which is possible, we don't want to prevent a data center from coming in that really wouldn't have an impact on the environment as well. Where we may allow an industrial project that uses millions and millions of gallons of water and don't even bat an eye at it, we're blocking a data center that would be using much less. So we have to be careful on both ends of this as well.
Okay, so this next on the list.
The last individual to speak on this item is Karen Hampton.
Daryl Pennington, 19152 Duncan Court, Dade City, Florida. This is my backyard. Unlike everybody else here has been talking, this is my backyard. Y'all have already stuck 2 wells just south of my house. Gonna suck more water. I've been living here for 68 years.
Who put these 2 wells in your house?
I'm sorry.
Who put 2 wells in your house?
Who put the wells?
Yeah. So we did that. I don't know. Remember putting wells in your house.
I apologize, I'm a little.
The 3 well fields that were
Talk to the audience, please.
I'm hard of hearing, I'm sorry.
That's okay, it's no problem. I'm just trying to get everybody to be quiet so we can hear you.
Okay, I'll calm down. I'm just mad. That's all.
Okay, we can be mad all we want.
I've lived in Dade City for 68 years. I live where y'all planning on putting this in my backyard. Already, when I first moved there, I'd put my water up against Crystal Springs water. About 10 years ago, my water turned brown due to a cave-in. I went to the Pasco County Water Agency. I said, what's going on? They said, you've had a cave-in because the water level has dropped. So when my well goes dry, are they going to buy me another one? I don't think so. Are you? I don't think so. I applaud this. The only problem I got with it, it should be 3 years. The growth is just totally out of control. Totally. Not just this, all the growth. You can't stop it, but it needs to slow the way the hell down. .301. I used to pull out on 301. Not a car. I can drive all the way into town, 8 miles. I might pass 1 or 2 cars. Now it's steady. Boom, 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 boom. The noise pollution, I can hear at my house now. The chillers they're talking about, are you going to use anhydrous ammonia? If they use anhydrous ammonia, they're going to have ammonia tanks there. You know what ammonia leak will do to somebody and the farm animals out there? I applaud y'all for putting brakes on. Make it 3 years. Really study this and study what y'all are letting happen to us lifelong residents that's been here forever. I've been paying taxes for over 60 years.
And I think we're all interested in trying to protect our county. We gotta take everything into consideration so we can make a smart decision. Not just a knee-jerk decision.
You gotta figure out all the logistics. I understand that. Make it 3 years. Give yourself time to do it right.
Okay. Last speaker.
Chair, it's the last speaker of the pre-registered sign
Is there anybody else that wants to say something not what we've already heard about? Okay. Yeah, please.
Afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Abel. Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Abel Mark, and I live at 37814 Howard Avenue, Dade City, Florida, 33525. First of all, there have been some concerns with regards to empty buildings that data centers being moving into. And I want to ask the sheriff's office, because I know that they do infrared sweeps in the area in order to locate row houses and stuff like that, that they expend a lot more energy, thus the energy is deductible by infrared. Yes or no? You don't know? Okay, well, I know that a lot of, when they do grow house rates, a lot of times they have technology where you can, you buy a helicopter and stuff like that, that they can look at extensive heat source, heat radiation. And I know that in order to operate something that is not permissible or hasn't been approved that property, that could actually be integrated into kind of that same scenario. And so it is detectable. However, I would not look at permitting as a way to mitigate and control these things, because anybody can come in. I come from a contracting background. Anybody can come in and they do it all the time. They put in illegal plumbing, they put in illegal electrical, they put in illegal roofing. Nothing's been permitted. And, next thing you know, whenever they're selling the house, you have all these permit violations or code violations, whatever. So I don't think that the permitting process is a way to police whether or not a data center has been, or a building has been conscripted for the use of a data center. You know what I'm saying? So those are just two food for thoughts. I'm gonna go to my actual dialogue. The gentleman who discussed the process for researching the effects of data centers focused primarily on obtaining information from those persons and those entities that would or could profit from the approval of data centers. So when he was talking about this, he mentioned the companies that you know, looking at their analyzing their data and all this kind of stuff. During the research period, I recommend spending as much time discussing pros and cons with residents and officials of those counties that already have data centers. That was not mentioned in this gentleman's dialogue. And also those who have extensive knowledge of so scientists and such and organizations that have extensive knowledge regarding our aquifers, and those who have extensive and dedicated significant amount of energy to researching the effects of data centers on their environments. Principally, those scientists and those organizations who are not directly or indirectly associated with those who would monetarily benefit from lifting the moratorium and allowing data centers in Pasco County. It seems like common sense, but you know, we mentioned here earlier that that the state is doing their own. They're doing their. Please, just a minute. The state is also doing their own research. We all know that there are other corporations that can be under the guise of parent corporations. What I think it's very important to always remember to look beyond the surface to see who is responsible for providing that data. And then also one more thing regarding when you make a decision about the zoning, when you're ready to go through with updating the LDC, I highly suggest that it's not a full allowance, that it should only be under a zoning variance, looking at a zoning variance that requires the public, for them to have public meetings and to have public input. And that way, no matter what, the public still has that opportunity to weigh in, and you always get a true response from your constituents and from the citizens of Pasco County. Thank you for letting me speak after your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And so I will make a comment with what you mentioned before about enforcement. It would probably fall more under code enforcement or something like that. And code enforcement, keep in mind, folks, code enforcement can't be everywhere. So it really relies on the citizens that are nearby. So if you see something, you know, that's what your ability is as citizens to be able to report things like that to code enforcement. They will investigate.
They're not so good.
Okay. Who else has their hand up? Here, make sure.
I didn't even know it was on the agenda, so I should have something else. One quick suggestion, I need to name and address first.
We need to name and address, and we need to do things sworn out.
I have been sworn in, you said. Name is Timothy Howing, address is 12821 Kent Grove. So my suggestion was on the wording for the moratorium. You were debating how do we define like what is it that you want versus you mentioned like a Yelp coming in. Maybe you're okay with Yelp coming in, but not like the big megawatts. And then you were like, well, how do we define it based on megawatts? I'm a software engineer. I work with AI, I train AI, do it every day. I would suggest that you change the wording to limit any data center that uses SIMD chips, SIMD chips. If you ban those chips that are primarily designed for SIMD operations, all your problems are going to go away with this. I wonder if our developer over here uses those chips. He probably does. If you ban those chips, there's no AI. It's general computing, hard disk storage, nothing that burns through megawatts of power. That's what I'm very concerned about. Suggestion.
Okay. So can you give a little bit more definition?
Yeah. So
we're not going to get too technical.
Yeah. So what everyone's familiar with, the most familiar ones are going to be NVIDIA. Basically, most of what NVIDIA makes are SIMD. SIMD stands for single instruction multiple data. It's a special type of compute where you can have a big math, like a big a whole bunch of numbers at once that all get processed in one single operation. This is not the type of processor that exists on your phone or your computer, or most class data centers. They have like maybe a little bit of that to augment. That's not the majority of the compute. The big stuff that's going in is just racks full of nothing but that. So NVIDIA is the big one. AMD is making some of these. I think this Intel's trying to get into the market. But if you ban these types of process, it's a class of processor. I think if you just add that to your moratorium, I think that'll make it very clear what you're trying to ban, while still maybe not banning all data centers.
Thank you, thank all data centers here, those kinds of chips.
All the ones we're talking about.
All day, I do get it.
I guess the further question, are there any things like a school district that would use those trips as an accessory use?
Today, I think, again, I'll let you guys get the figure of the wording exactly, but I think if you ban make sure that, all the compute that's going in, maybe less than 5% of the total megawatt usage is going to that kind of compute, something like that. Just if you, that makes sense.
Want to improve the data center. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's helpful. But the issue in my own mind isn't that they use. The issue in my own mind is they use a simply chip. It's that they use so much electricity with these chips that it drives everybody else's electric rates up. So when I know how much electricity one simply chip uses or how many are in a data center, I assume there's a certain number of chips that equals 1 megawatt, a certain number of chips that's 2 megawatts, and so on and so forth. So it's not really the chip that we have objection to, it's how much power, how much water it takes to cool the space.
I understand since if you can find a good threshold for that trap, just offering another alternative to consider.
It is helpful.
Thank you very much.
Robin Gibson, I live at 17259 Forge Drive in Twin Hill. I'm a retired media specialist, tech specialist, so I do support the use of technology and AI. I use it all the time. But I think you guys were probably all caught a little flat-footed that there's already someone that is playing this. And as a Pasco resident who drives every single day up and down 52, and I watch that grid that keeps getting published with how many MPUDs are up and down 52. And I drive by and I see the little power stations. And then I'm thinking, oh my gosh, somebody already got that far. What else is happening up and down 52? Are there more that's sitting there thinking and yes, I do understand the county is saying nobody has been issued for a data center. But look at how far we got. And then look at what's already out there. Is there another one, 2 or 3? I don't know. I remember very clearly when the industrial park 50 or 41 wasn't able to get water shipped that far up. They said there wasn't enough for them to be able to supply utilities, to supply the water up there. They had to go do their own wells. And so I watch up and down 52, and I watch all of these substations and all of it's being sold for housing, and I'm thinking, who's supplying that water? But apparently, there's a way to do this and slip it by everybody. Now that it hasn't happened yet, I get it. We're going to keep talking. But I just wonder, what else is sitting out there right now? Who else is making plans? Who's already been buying land up? There's substations, there's land. I don't know. We'll be watching. I just hope you guys are too. We'll be coming back. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
You got one lady too, right? You want to say one?
Okay.
Chair. Oh, there's laid over to the right as well.
Okay. Can you name and address, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Christine Rowland. I live at 6328 Clark Lake Drive in Newport Richey.
This one.
Yes, I am. I'm speaking as a private citizen, but I'm also the president of Pasco Audubon. And in that capacity, I just want to say how this current drought is affecting our wildlife. One of the, you could see it, Cruise Lake is dry. There is no lake. And we're noticing just anecdotally with, we have 45 bluebird boxes, nesting boxes. Many of the bluebirds this year, their eggs didn't even hatch. And this, our coordinator thinks, is because of the drought. So nature is suffering. So I think we, just like the people with the wells, we have to be stewards of nature, and approving something that requires so much water at this time seems terrible. So I really support the moratorium, and I do hope it becomes permanent unless something that is truly more efficient comes into play. But I'm also concerned with all I'm reading about data centers, that often things are approved with the understanding that there will be a certain water usage and electricity usage, but what actually happens in real life is far greater. And it's only when the power in the shower disappears that a community finds out what's really being taken from the data center, far greater than they stated they would do. So I really hope that there are some checks and balances here. And yes, please, Mr. Moody, watch the language so that things don't get slipped through. One more thing that concerned me finally, I was reading a piece in Consumer Reports on data centers, and I read that so often communities only find out that something's been approved long after it's been approved. And that's because of NDAs that data center operators are making local officials sign non-disclosure agreements, not to talk about what they're about to do. So can we have some language that says no NDAs about this, that we will be transparent? I think that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Question real quick for the county attorney. When I went and looked at the statute, there appears to be some language in the statute addressing non-disclosures of these things. I just wondered if you could give us clarity.
I'm gonna have to look up the language you're talking about for that one.
Disclosure.
There's a whole section of the statute that talks about that.
I'm gonna have to look it up and get back.
I believe that's FS 277. It does allow a 1-year non-disclosure in the event that a project was coming in and requesting incentives. Our office in the county, specifically our professional team, we don't enter into NDAs. On occasion, we get a confidentiality request from the Pasco EDC under that statute, and then we honor it that way. But we don't
I'm
issue.
familiar with that process, but if you're talking about it in the new statute,
Yeah, this was addressed in the statute.
you're talking about it in the new statute.
Oh, okay, okay. But we have, I just want to say, without hesitation, we do not have any NDAs on file with anyone, and especially not a data center user.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think somebody else had their hand up. Yeah, you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My name is Matt Grimes. I live at 6510 Bradford Hill Court, Wesley Chapel. I have a lot written down here. It seems like we've gone through a lot of this stuff, but I want to just make a comment that data center is a very encompassing term, and I appreciate that we're trying to figure out where we're drawing lines here. What I'm going to talk about here is hyperscale data center. Much of what you're talking about, seeing on the news, is hyperscale data centers. I I do want to address the fact that what I've been hearing is, warehouses. Data centers are not warehouses. There's no possible way that a data center can be mistaken for a warehouse. It looks like one from the outside, but that's about where it is. The fact that you could either turn a warehouse into a data center easily, or if a data center goes belly up sometime in the future, turn it back into some sort of commercial space is kind of a misnomer. Many of these large-scale facilities are specially built hardware applications, as was mentioned earlier. They're huge facilities that are filled with NVIDIA H200 chips. So also my questions, I like the idea of looking at the SIMD chips as a possibility there, but also looking at what is the use case for the data center specifically? Is it for operating and training large language models, or is this for specific AWS services, and what AWS services are those going to be leased out to the ultimate client of that data center? I am speaking from almost 2 decades in technology, cybersecurity, data privacy, and cloud computing. I did have my job affected earlier this year from quote unquote AI type stuff. So, but I would like to also bring to your attention that closed loop cooling systems that are being kind of used as a panacea for, open loop or cooling tower type systems, also require a lot of biocides and glycol and things like that in order to be added to the cooling system in order to be able to work. When those anti-corrosives, basically antifreeze for your car, are drained for maintenance on the system, those need to go somewhere too. So if we have an influx of data centers that come in and are using that technology, do we have the facilities available to have all of that, that glycol-based cooling antifreeze, essentially, go to a place and be processed safely? Likewise, in the event of a spill, how is that ecologically going to impact the area as well? That's all I have the time for, but in conclusion, I think that the cost is right now too much. It's too great to execute right now without further considerations and controls in place. So I would like to see the moratorium advanced.
Thank you much. Appreciate that. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you and the salmon top there.
Yes. Yeah. I'll make it quick, believe it or not. I'm sit down.
You want me or you want her? I called you.
Okay. I wasn't sworn in.
Okay, well, we'll swear in.
Okay. Okay.
Raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the true self you got.
Yes.
Okay. Your name and address.
Magdalene Zapp, 17621 Shortland Avenue, Spring Hill, Florida, 34610. I'm a mom. I have 10 children, so I'm not in here in any professional capacity or anything.
Well, that's the one you made.
Some of them are older, so it helps. So I just wanted to say, I'm very much in favor of this moratorium, and I'm really happy and glad that you guys are looking into it in such depth that you are. I don't know, just because I'm not as up to things as I would like to be, I don't know how Pasco County works with doing referendums. Ideally, I know that y'all try to listen to us somewhat in our input, but ideally, I personally would prefer if they would put a moratorium on it until such time that it could go to a county referendum, and the locals, we could all vote on whether or not we actually want these in our county. And I know you were mentioning about trying to configure it so that you're using electricity as a way to cap it. But theoretically, could you not use water usage in the same way? Which means that obviously it would affect other businesses. But considering water is such a concern, then theoretically, maybe we could just cap on how many businesses that, use excessive amounts of water, could be approved instead of just going by using electricity or something. And then the other concern I had was that consumers are protected from these AI data center investors who are planning to take advantage of us. I
I don't want to be in a position of having to, anyway, I just don't want to be like taken advantage of as a consumer, big corporation.
That's one of the main reasons for.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And was there one more? Two more? Okay. Why don't you come on up front so we can be ready for you?
Me?
Yeah.
No. Okay, okay. Cindy Buckle.
Cindy, can you point mic down where you hear you?
Oh, yeah, I'm short. Sorry. It's discrimination, but anyway, 5938 Frontier Drive, Seven Hills, Florida, 33540. I am a lifelong Pasco County resident. I have moved 3 times for development and flooding, but there were things that were not brought up that I would like to bring up to you, to your attention. Okay, everybody talks about electricity. What they don't realize is that gas, natural gas, provides much of the electricity. And this would require, these data centers would require up to 40% more natural gas to be used along with electricity. Okay, the other issue is, I know this because I know the gas side of utility companies. There also have been serious health issues, including vertigo, headaches. These things don't go away. The other issue is Pasco County's rules are not up to date and will need to be up to date to align with the newly enacted federal legislative laws that are being worked on still to protect the environment, the human life, the wildlife of Pasco County. I did find another 862 square mile county in Texas, which absolutely, they did the moratorium and then they finally decided to vote against it and it didn't happen. The other things they do is they run 24/7. They run fans and the decibels are 92. This is the sound that you hear 24/7, 365 with these data centers. That's very loud. And I'm sure the deputy that was here can attest to that. I was a paramedic for 15 years of my life, so I know how loud sirens are. And this noise alone is enough to not only cause anxiety to humans, but it also causes anxiety to livestock. I have 4 horses and right now just low flying planes are affecting them. So I just wanted to bring that up, but we need to think about the natural gas use along with the electric, and it already says that both grids would be pushed to the max. And I do know about Florida gas transmission. My husband happens to be the instructor for TECO, the gas side of the company, before everybody wants to get rid of me for solar. I have nothing to do with that, but that's it. I just wanted to bring those new points up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I need them.
Okay. Surprised I saw.
No, I do. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the true self you got?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Katie Wood, 32299 Accepted Challenger. That's a child.
I know what you just said.
32299 Saptashine Drive, Mr. Chapel, Katie birthday.
Thank you.
So, I'm trying to figure out how to start this. So I agree with a lot of that everybody said. I'm not gonna repeat it. I'm not going to go over it. But my problem is the data collection. So I'm gonna petition our clinical specialist for large hospital systems, quality improvement. I've been published in research. So I had more questions about the research part, just like the lawyers did on the definitions of things. So I understand that the state is going to run their own research, we'll call it, and present that. And I know some people want to bring that to us, just have us use those. My questions are who's running the data, who's paying for the data, who's interpreting the data. I have so many questions about the data and where it's going to come from, because from the data that we have right now printed, it's quantitative, not qualitative, from the people that live in the areas that have data centers. It's terrible. For many reasons that everybody's already talked about. So my concern is, it takes a long time to get research going, especially at the county, state level. And we're only going to give ourselves 6 months to get that research. Somehow get a committee, get it all set up, get the data together, analyze the data, and then decide from there, or we're just going to go with the state, which concerns me for lots of reasons. So I would just ask that if we could somehow extend the moratorium. I know everybody else has said that too, but I just feel like 6 months isn't enough if we can cut back. I'm sorry. Oh, excellent. Okay, good. Perfect. That was 6. Yeah. So 12 months is, well, I mean, that's great, but we don't know how states and counties run. So I'm just asking that we just choose our data, where we're getting it from, who we're getting it from, and who's analyzing it, before we make decisions on anything, just because that's my realm of the world. And I won't keep it any longer. Thank you so much for letting me talk. It's really happy to be here today. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, is there anybody else? Anyone? Maybe from the county, have any further comment? On the comments?
I would like to know if staff has an answer to the question I raised earlier about, any thoughts about, is there a threshold we can look at for accessory use?
Yes, sir. That's why I'm up here at the rostrum. David Engel, economic, planning, development, economic growth. We do not have a number. It would be arbitrary, and it would be not professional of me to even give you an arbitrary number. We don't have it. I would just say, the idea of an empty warehouse being converted with subterfuge as a data center is highly unlikely. Those warehouses are basically, they have shell permits. There's no improvements inside. They'd have to do more than just get a enhanced electrical connection. They'd have to put in plumbing systems and other things that require interior renovation, permitting, and they would have to have a CO. And it's even though we are a big county with a limited compliance enforcement staff, it's highly unlikely that could occur here.
Thank you, David. Oh. Heard any comments up here that we'd like to make, or any motions that we'd like to make?
Spoke a lot.
Well, I'll move to approve, so we can get the discussion, if I can get a second.
Second.
Favor?
More discussion.
There's a motion. Discussion. Favor?
The only comments I want to make so there's pros and cons to every kind of decision that is made out there. Again, we in our roles in government are not ones to make plans or do anything. We only listen to what someone applies to do. And we weigh those decisions against any opposition to that. We don't make plans. We only listen to people that want to plan to do something, and then we will weigh that against the impact on the community and the opposition that may come from neighbors. So that being said, there's it's kind of like the cell phone thing. We actually have a item on our agenda to hear about a cell phone tower. But it's also been brought up in the past with prisons or with wastewater treatment plants. It's all one of those things where we need it, but we don't want it in our backyard. I think the data center thing is another example of that, where it's something that in one way or another everyone uses, or at some point will use. It's something that is needed. I think it's kind of a modern arms race that's going on between not just within our countries, but within against other countries internationally. There's a strong argument to be made that he who has the best AI is the one who wins, and that can apply to our competition internationally as well. And so I think that's why a lot of that race is going on. I think that's why it's probably it's inevitable and probably necessary that they're going to exist. That being said, we absolutely have to protect our environment. We have to protect the impact of citizens around us. We need to look at things like closed loop cooling. We need to look at things like self-power generation. There's been some talk about things that have been done similar to what's in nuclear submarines. So they have their own mini nuclear generating power plant. They do their own desalination. So we do have salt water, and there's desalination plants, and data centers actually have a lot of parallels. The heat that's generated can help with the evaporative desalination process. Vice versa, that evaporated water can help cool the data center. So there's technologies that are being developed that will mitigate some of this impact. The other thing too to think about, a gentleman brought up a really good point about our propensity to hurricanes and disasters that come here. They're incompatibility with data centers. I think that's going. Folks that want to move data centers here are going to have to look at that. I think there's going to have to be some safeguards in place in terms of what happens in the event of disaster and how we deal with that. The other thing we have to consider is advancements in technology. AI is going to become a self-feeding monster. It's going to, the smarter it gets, the smarter it will be able to make itself. And there's some good things to that. One is there's two things that go into AI compute. It's actual processing power, which is your physical hardware or chips, but there's also algorithms, which is a software component to that. And as AI gets smarter, the algorithms improve, and therefore there's less reliance on the physical compute. So you can do more with less. And that's going to continue to advance. And there's also advances in computing coming there. You got quantum computing, completely different technologies that won't use any of the traditional chip infrastructure that we have now. So as those things advance, I think this is going to be kind of a cyclical thing. This might not be a conversation that's even relevant in the next 5 years. And so if there are data centers built, something else we need to consider is mitigation for when they inevitably are outdated and are torn down. How do we do that? And do we need to consider a bond of some sort for the people that build the data center to say, how do we decommission this? And how do we not create a brownfield when we use them? So that's something we need to look at as well. I think I do like the idea of a performative definition as opposed to a data center definition. I think, again, we're focused on the actual impact in our power bills, in our the use of water, in our environmental impact. That's the more important thing than trying to just define a data center, because, like I said, with advances in technology, there's a good possibility that there's very minimal impact. And another user that's moving in a big industrial plant of some sort may have more environmental impact than what we're worried about with data centers. So I think we need to look more at environmental impact as opposed to just a definition of a data center, which is catching all of that press at the moment. So that being said, I'm fully supportive of the moratorium until we get our hands wrapped around this. But there's a lot of things that we need to consider as we do it. So that's my piece.
Thank you, Chairman. Amanda Hill, Planning Development Economic Group. I just wanted to clarify for our notes, whether or not we are going to be changing the language relative to the exemption to strike the language where we previously mentioned located internally to a building where such rooms are. That phrase that's included in there. I believe that that was something that was mentioned before.
Sure.
Motion maker did not include that in the motion, selecting that language, so I think that's why she's asking for clarification.
Yes.
That was me. Cool. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, what's your opinion on it? I'd be happy to amend my motion.
If you want to address the school district's concerns, you probably should include that in the motion. I mean,
My concern is we could potentially have a building on campus that is not part of the interior of the school. So that's where my.
they're telling you that they have some accessory servers that are not interior to their building. So there could be other users that are similarly situated that it's their server or computer room. It just happens to not be interior located within. It just doesn't happen to be within the same building. So I think that it probably makes sense to write that language. I think that Liam raises a good point. I understand Mr. Wiggs' point too, that about that there is that potential for abuse, but I'd rather err on the side of not outline the school district than, worry about the potential for abuse.
I guess the recommendation is.
Change that. Yeah, strike the exemption. I'm trying to get.
Strike that phrase located within the building from the exemption.
Okay, I'll amend my motion to.
Quick question, the school board was working on, or is that?
Pardon me?
Do we agree with the school board on that working? That's a different concern,
But that would exempt a hospital that needs a.
There could be other users that have the same issue. I don't think it's just a school board issue. If I don't.
If you're running down a road of, yes, abuse and abuse is one. Let's deal with the microphone and we're going to do this. Abuse is not the primary issue, and I think you need to create a moratorium against the things that are the ills or the bad consequences of these centers. All right, number one, we hear this all over the news. People don't want their electric rates going up because the data center went. We heard testimony from Mr. Engel right at the outset that the power companies are telling them, unless they use 20 megawatts or more, that it's not a problem, and then they're not going to raise anybody's rates. I've never remember if there's a computer housed in a building, how much electricity does the thing use? It's how much water does it use? Okay, and that's one of the other big things in the data center is we hear all these horror stories. I'm not an expert in these things, but when I watch the news, I hear the horror stories of how much water is being used by these things. So we should be looking at capping water usage. And I don't care whether it's a data center or whether it's a surf park.
That's what I'm getting at. It's more about the impact. Right. We don't really care if it's a data center. We care about the impact on the water usage and the water.
It's the power, it's the water, and then we hear about the noise. And the noise, I don't think it's the noise coming from the computers itself. I think the noise component is the secondary power, the standby generators that they have. Or actually, I think some of these data centers are actually powering themselves with diesel generators. So it's the noise from the generators, it's the power usage, it's the water usage, and if they're using their own generation, it would be the emissions from those generators.
If we do that, contracts, and we have to be able to quantify each one of them.
Well, we would be
I
considering,
don't know how you can quantify them yet, because we just don't know enough about it. To say they can't use a certain amount of water, or they can't use a certain amount of. So whatever, the only thing we know that they've talked about quantifying is the megawatts.
us as a planning commission, we would be considering some of those same impacts if it was a large-scale industrial user that was coming in. We're going to build a manufacturing plant that uses a ton of water, uses a ton of energy, creates a lot of noise, creates a lot of emissions. We'd be looking at some of the same things. Really, that's what this discussion is about, isn't it?
If I were to name a motion, this is one of the worker, it would be to recommend a 12-month temporary moratorium. Since we're only a recommending body, not the final decision-making authority, that recommendation becomes a recommendation that the board look at performance standards, and the staff needs to do a little perfunctory research before getting to the board to provide some input on what those standards might be.
Yeah, and I think you get the crux of the problem.
It's not fair to the data center when you need to turn around and allow a manufacturing facility to come in that uses 10 times the amount of water the data center is going to use, 10 times the amount of water. So.
Well, you do have a notice advertising issue because the ordinance before you is limited to effectively data centers.
Right.
So they'd have to, if you're going to expand it beyond data centers, that's going to require a different.
Problem if it's limited to data computer processing facilities that use X much electricity, X much water, make X much noise.
What the problem?
Well, what I'm getting at is it's not going to the Board of County Commissioners tomorrow.
And we have there's a first hearing and a second, so we have another month at least.
There's plenty of time for the staff to do a little bit of research. Quantify with that number, those basic numbers, and then those are going to change over time. But I'm not taking a position on the gentleman's proposal for the data center to talk about. I don't know whether 19.9 is appropriate or, the claims about the closed loop of the water are actually verified. But I don't want somebody to be able to come in here and call something else and get this in. I'm gonna tell you right now, there's a lot of creative lawyers saying, well, we'll figure that out 5 minutes after we adjourn the hearing. And that kind of is in here, I guarantee his will. And you're going to hear from somebody claiming that that zoning is allowed in that, or that use is allowed in the MPUD. I guarantee you there's going to be a case to decide. It'll be one of your first defenses. But that's fine.
I talked about this for 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah, love it.
We sat here and listened to something that all these people were here in support of. Can we not? We sit up here and it sounds like we're debating components of what should be in the ordinance that we want the moratorium to allow us time to establish. Can we not just move forward with the moratorium and let those people that know a lot more than us about this stuff?
I think the point is the moratorium may be ineffective if it's not worded properly.
We can sit up here till dark if you want. We can talk about it, but I don't think we're going to come up with any answers.
Certainly no performance.
I mean, well, as a recommended body that we can recommend that comes up, that's considered before it goes to final vote. So, we can absolutely approve it and say, hey, you might want to look at this before you make a final approval. Again, we're just a recommending body. So.
I would just say that the state statute that I see a large scale data center and a large load user is defined in megawatts, but to define the data center. The facility primarily contains electronic equipment to process, store, and transmit digital information with basic freestanding structure. Or facility within the larger structure that uses environment control equipment to maintain the proper condition the operation of electronic equipment. So I think the data center is pretty broad. Or what would cover.
And that's my point, that would cover a server. The state's definition would cover a server room in the back of your office.
And we provided detention language in the language for the moratorium. And we've also given the out for somebody to come talk to the board. Is that not correct, David?
Correct.
So for a necessity. So we've covered all that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the crux of the question is the young lady that spoke before, is it, at what cost? What's the actual benefit to the residents? And we're talking all around that. Performance criteria, all that, that's exactly what we're talking about. And it's, how do we bring this down for a landing so we can allow David's team the 12 months, and if 12 months is not enough, then we'll give him another 12 months.
Yeah, I think it's just that this is the asterisk to the approval. This is the asterisk of, this is what we think you should look at as well.
Well, I pretty much agree with Danny saying, we can't, until we quantify, but one thing you want to limit. Well, I think our duty is to make a motion to approve the moratorium as requested. Will give us the opportunity to do the research necessary so that we can quantify these items. And I think that's the way we need to go. We all know that we want to have I think we all agree, there's no question about the fact that we want to have a moratorium. Matter of, what items that we want to have in the overall ordinance when we finally come to some decision about it. And none of us, I don't think, and nobody in this room has enough information to really give us answers to that.
Let's share with the motion second. Call the question. That was a discussion.
Well, the motion we have on the table is not about extending that. What would
Yeah, I will amend it to remove the language regarding this incidental, correct, or whatever incidental. Amanda, do you have the
language again, so we could talk about the language we're removing? Language of the exemption.
Under section 3.
So I think you'd be removing the phrase.
Section 3.
Yeah.
Located internal to a building.
Okay, so strike that, located internal to a building.
You're making a motion.
Amending the motion. Yeah, to include this.
Moratorium subject to making that change.
Correct. It's
Second that.
I think you would agree with second.
We have a motion and we have several seconds. Favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Great, motion carries. We have a moratorium. Recommending. Commission. You can clap now, it's okay. All right.
Yes, continuances and consent.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Here. Pick up 5 or 7, whatever. 5 or 7 minutes. That's good.
Liam's gotta leave at 5:15.
I don't have any ties.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Kurt Syverson of Planning Development and Economic Growth. All items except for item PC 9 have individuals signed up to speak. Would you like me to read item PC 9 and move the other agenda items to?
PC, what number are you on?
PC 9 does not have an individual signed up to speak, but all of the other agenda items do have individuals signed up to speak.
Well, we have to see that because that's good to continue.
Okay.
PC 6.
Item PC 6, you will be sitting as the local planning agency for. This item does have a companion item, which is item PC 7. PC 6 is PDE 26, 7856, Two Rivers MPD. PDE 26, 0437 is a small scale comprehensive plan amendment, TPA 24 parentheses 07, TPA Two Rivers, providing for a comprehensive plan text amendment to sub-area policy flu 7.1.11 Two Rivers meeting. This is coming with the request to continue the item to be July 9th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. or soon thereafter, saying may be heard in Dade City. This item does have 4 individuals signed up to speak.
There's you're talking about PC 6 and 7, right?
PC 6, sir.
Okay. And you said 7 and
PC, yes. And
Is the continuance to the date that was in the agenda memo?
yes, sir.
so is the applicant present? Okay, is there anybody here that had intended to speak up?
To be clear, this was noticed as a continuance.
No.
So planning commission does not have any obligation to take public comment. There were noticed as a continuance. The continuance is to the date in the agenda memo, so you don't have any obligation to take public comment.
Okay, what date are they in here?
July 9th, 2026 at 1:30 p.m. in Dade City.
Both of them, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do the raise your hand, you understand what we said?
Yeah.
About the fact that these items were noticed. And so we have no obligation to listen to comment on these because they were noticed and they're going to be heard at a different date. However, if you're here and if you have a particular issue making the meetings here, I'll give you an opportunity to speak, but realize that if we speak today, you will not be able to speak on the 7th.
Good night.
Okay, so it's up to you.
I'll wait.
You'll wait. Okay. Right. Would you like to speak today or did you want to speak today or the 9th?
The young lady in the black dress.
The lady in the black.
I don't know. I just want to,
Huh?
I don't know. I don't know.
So if you can make it back on the 9th of July, then you can speak then. If you can't make it, and you want to speak today, you can speak today. Just know that you can't do it.
Just give
both
us the
days.
option.
Your testimony will go on the record is what?
This is for 6.
Pardon?
Item 6, PC 6.
Okay. All right, is it, want to speak first?
I'll wait.
She's a wait. You're gonna wait, okay. All right.
Can I have a motion to move continue PC 6, PC 7 to July 9th, Dade City.
Motion and second, further discussion. In favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign. Okay. It's gonna be heard on the ninth. Okay, next.
Item PC seven, companion MPD to item PC six. PDE 267856.
They've already continued PC seven.
Yeah, that's got it. I read about number 8.
Okay, I read the title for PC six and I mentioned it's a companion item for PC seven.
Well, yeah, I think if I'm the clock, we'll just let them read it.
I can go to PC eight.
Read the title and the date, PC seven, okay, you can do it.
All right, item PC seven is the companion MPD to item PC six. PDE 267856, zoning amendment in the name of Two Rivers MPD, master plan unit development. This is a substantial modification by EPG Two Rivers Development LLC. A rezoning petition from an MPD master plan unit development district to an MPD master plan unit development to allow for the maximum development of 4,047 single family detached units, 2,500 multifamily units, 1,335,000 square feet of office target industry, 1,335,000 square feet of industrial, 1,335,000 square feet of retail, 300 beds for assisted living facility, 480 hotel rooms, and a 35-acre recreational water park on 3,396.5 acres, located in southeast Pasco County on the north and south side of State Road 56 from Morris Bridge Road to Gulf Boulevard. Coming up with a request for continued items July 9th at 1:30 and date set.
Move to continue it again.
Continue. Second.
Favor? Aye. Opposed, like sign. Okay.
Item PC eight is PDE 2679-1, zoning amendment in the name of Mitris Family Extended LLC, Mitris project for a change in zoning from an AR agricultural residential district to an R4 high density residential district. West Central Pasco County, on the west side of Kent Grove Drive, approximately 1 mile north, State Road 52, containing approximately 40.96 acres. This is coming with the recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners for the proposed rezoning request. This item has 2 individuals signed up to speak.
Is there an exemption present? Anyone who's object? To okay, we'll pull that one. For the next one.
Is that continued?
No, it's being held in regular agenda so we can hear it.
Thank you. It's being.
Item PC 9 is PDE 2679-27, a zoning amendment in the name of 52 and Bellamy Investment Group LLC, Bellamy parcel rezoning for a change in zoning from an I-1 light industrial park district to a C2 general commercial district. This is in central Pasco County, southeast corner of the intersection of State Road 52 and Bellamy Brothers Boulevard, containing approximately 1.51 acres. This is coming with the recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners with proposed reason.
Present. Anyone here to object? No objections? Okay. Okay.
Item PC 10 is PDE 26 CU01, a conditional use request in the name of St. Joe Branch LLC and BB Agritourism LLC for a conditional use permit to combine 2 previously approved conditional use permits, parentheses CU12-07 and CU19-01, into one unified conditional use permit for an amusement park in an AC agricultural district. This is in north central Pasco County, approximately 850 feet east of the intersection of St. Joe Road and Bellamy Brothers Boulevard, containing approximately 118 acres. It's coming with recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners for proposed conditional use request with conditions as set forth under the recommendation condition section. This item has 4 individuals signed up to speak.
Yeah, present. Okay, yeah, how many to speak?
4 individuals.
Raise your hand, please. Pull out. Okay.
Item PC 11 is PDE 26 CU 13, a conditional use request in the name of St. Joe Branch LLC and BB Agritourism LLC for conditional use permit for the sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages, beer, wine, and liquor for on-premise consumption only in conjunction with an amusement park in an AC agricultural district. This is in north central Pasco County, approximately 840 feet east of the intersection of St. Joe Road and Bellamy Brothers Boulevard, containing approximately 118 acres. This comes the recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners for the proposed conditional use request with conditions as set forth in the recommendation condition section. This item has 2 individuals signed up to speak.
And yeah, that's right. And I will. And I got this one more.
Aye.
Please, and then
Item APC 14, which stands with the planning agency for, is PD 260706, the development agreement in the name of Kenton Road Commercial Development Agreement. Kenton Road Commercial LLC. The development agreement is for the Kenton Road Commercial MPV to design, permit, and construct Kenton Road from Elam Road to Overpass Road as a 2-lane road, inclusive of intersection improvements in exchange for cash reimbursement, then connects with the city located in central Pasco County. This is coming with the recommendation to find the proposed development agreement consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. This item has 2 individuals signed up to speak.
Yeah, good president.
Move to approve consent agenda, which is just PC 9.
Motion, and I have a second, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Votes like sign. Pass. And then back to PCA.
Item PC8 is the zoning amendment in the name of My Trust Family Extended LLC, presented by Smith.
Evening, Joseph Reinhold, Planning Development and Economic Growth. This is RD 7901, Trust Family Extended LLC, Trust Project. It is a Euclidean zoning amendment going from AR agricultural residential district to an R4 high density residential district. Future land use classification is Res 3, residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre. Purpose is developing up to 17 family detached homes. The location of the property is the west side of Kent Grove Drive, about a mile north of State Road 52. Here's the general location of the property. It is in the central market area. Here we have an area context map. It is just to the west of Kent Grove Drive, the CSX Railroads. To the east, across the road is Talavera and PUD. A little bit further east is 41. To the south is State Road 52. And then over to the west, you can see the Suncoast Parkway. That area, the central market area, is actually envisioned to be a more suburban area. Here's an aerial shot of the property. The wooded areas along the west and north are county wetlands. Here we have the future land use map of the area. See, it's all residential 3 in that area. Here's the zoning map. Property is AR. You have the Talavera and PUD to the east, AR to the north, and then some AC to the northwest. Subject site consists of approximately 41, or just under 41 acres. It's developed with 1 single family mobile home. Property has about 10 acres of category wetlands. Proposed access to the property is from Kent Grove Drive. Currently, it is via Hamlin Road, which is a privately owned and maintained easement to the south. The applicant has volunteer deed restrictions, some of which the maximum number of dwelling units is 77. There is a fair share contribution of $375,000 to the Kent Grove Drive improvements. There will be in sellers' contracts when they're going to buy homes, there will be a railroad disclosure warning letting them know of potential noise from the railroad or smell and visual impacts. There also addresses monotony control and then additional landscaping and buffering requirements. Subject site is not adjacent to any trails. There is a 10-foot wide multi-use path that goes along State Road 52 down to the south. And it is coming to staff recommendation to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners of the requested zoning. And I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission members, Clark Hobby, and Hobby PA, 109 Northwest Street, Tampa, Florida, have been sworn. Before I get going, I'll make it very brief. I did want to alert the Planning Commission. You all may have heard that our good friend Chris Williams lost his father last night. His father was a legend in the county, Ted Williams. He was a property appraiser for 28 years, served on the school board before that. So let's all be thinking of and praying for Chris and his family in the days to come. So I want to make sure everybody knew that. You heard a staff presentation, which was not only accurate, but pretty thorough. The site's located in the central market area, and the board adopted policies in the comprehensive plan in about 2011 to create market areas and located this site in the central market area. And that was in part due to a ULI study that we had done. And the ULI panel identified the area north of 52 between the Suncoast and 52 as being an area that already had significant infrastructure in place. And for that reason, the board adopted policies to encourage growth in the area. So what we're seeking to do here is, generally low density project. It's 77 units on 40 gross acres. It's about 25% less than the existing future land use would allow. The future land use would allow 102. We're seeking 77. We've capped the units, even though we weren't required to. We agreed to abide by all the PM 26 memo requirements for landscaping, architecture for the units there. We increased the buffer on the south side because that's really the only neighbors we have. On the north side, west side, there's a large wetland system, and I think some of our neighbors may want to talk about that, but it provides about a 200 or 300 foot buffer from most of the folks on the north end. And just two last things. This has, even though there is an unrecorded subdivision with larger lots to the south of us, this area has never been in one of the county's identified rural areas. The county does not have any rural preservation goals for this area. And lastly, when I got involved, I could see Kent Grove Drive had a lot of problems and needed to be repaved. And I worked with Jason and Public Works, and they actually repaved Kent Grove in the last couple of weeks. And our client is contributing a significant amount of money towards that cost. We couldn't afford to do it all ourselves because it's over a mile long, but we did agree to contribute 375 grand. So I have our engineers here and everybody to answer questions that the Planning Commission may have, or we'll hear from our neighbors and respond to those. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the first individual signed up is Cody McBride.
Thank you, gentlemen. Cody McBride, 17450 Coonhide Road, Spring Hill, Florida. I have been sworn in. I'm the longest resident, other than my dad, in the Kent Grove area. Been there 59 years. I'm intimately aware of this property. In fact, I used to bale hay on it when I was a kid. I'm very aware of the environmental hazards on the north side that Mr. Hobby spoke about. The tributary there is called the Riles Branch. Riles Branch feeds out of Green Lake at Gower's Corner. The FDOT was very
diligent, put drainage under 41 and 52, so that all of Conifer Preserve, and some people may disagree, all of Conifer Preserve can be drained through the Ryle Branch directly into the Fifth Cootie River. Fifth Cootie River, the Upper Fifth Cootie River Preserve, County Park, is just to the west of there. It's a wildlife corridor. I submit to you that there's a lot of wildlife that uses the Riles Branch as well. That's all I want to say about the environmental impacts, although they are very substantial. The surrounding community is 1 acre or greater parcels. It was planted that way with Mr. Kent and Mr. Whitmer years ago. That's the way it was designed, so that septic tanks and wells would be allowed. Mr. Hobby talks about the infrastructure, the significant infrastructure that was in the area. There is no water. There is no sewer. Part of King Grove King Grove Drive is now paved only to the applicant's entrance. He's mentioned a little bit about the buffering on the south side. Everybody in the neighborhood has chickens, they have pigs, they have goats. It's a rural community, and it always has been. People that live in that community treasure that, and that's what they appreciate. That's why they live there. I speak for the majority of the residents because I've attended all the community meetings. I've also attended the meetings at Talavera, CDD meetings. Those meetings were based on the applicant trying to get the infrastructure, the water and the sewer, tied into the Talavera community and run underneath CSX Railway and underneath the Riles Branch, which, in my opinion, could be a environmental disaster. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you guys listening so closely to all the previous notions and previous discussions that were had. I appreciate your input. Thank you very much for giving me a moment to speak to you guys, and I hope you take my comments under advisement. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
The other individuals signed up to speak on this item is Timothy Howard.
Timothy Howard, 12821 Kent Grove Drive. So I'm on a few lots up the road from this proposed lot. And I have a few concerns. One is the whole wetland and flooding. So what maybe wasn't on that map is not only does it share a wetland, it shares the same, a whole bunch of us share the same contiguous FEMA flood zone A area with that property. So if that property starts getting filled in on, even not even in wetlands, the flood zone outside of wetlands gets filled, our properties tend to get flooded more. So another thing that wasn't mentioned, we did talk about paving the road. That road already floods, not that the paving didn't fix that. So if you fill a couple of potholes got filled in, that road still floods when it rains to the point where we have to drive around the other way. On the back end of this neighborhood, the dirt road, the dusty dirt road. Like every time someone goes up and down this road, there's dust clouds, and there's not. I guess my concern, and probably everyone else who hasn't been able to show up here because it's in the middle of a work day. This is this is a rural community, low density. There's not infrastructure here for putting up a whole bunch of high density right in the middle of a rural community. This isn't like Talavera where it's accessible straight off 41. Traffic. So I guess what I'm saying, can you guarantee if this goes in that there's going to be no flooding impact on my property? And then can we get the north entrance paved as well? Because a dirt road feeding high density that's not how Pasco should be doing things. Just saying that there's one entrance to a neighborhood that's paved doesn't discount that anyone who's trying to enter and exit north of this neighborhood goes to this dirt road. Adding 7 more houses going along this dirt road is not going to be appreciated by everyone living along that road.
Okay. Anyway. Anybody else?
No. She wants to speak too.
Julia Bartonick, 2645, Meadowood Drive in Virtue, Florida, 34655. And yes, this area is contiguous to the Upper Cody River Preserve. And it's an extremely important wildlife area. And there are a lot of species in there that need to be preserved. Plus, during a hard rain, which we really haven't had much of lately, just north on 41 is actually ponding. So we need to be really, really careful, like what areas we're developing and paving over. Any development in this community would be incompatible with the existing community. I've been in that community, and it's a wonderful, wonderful rural community. And this would just be an eyesore, and this would be an environmental disaster because we need to preserve what is left of that Cody River Preserve Basin. Angelina's already there on the south side. That's enough. Enough needs to be enough. And this would not be the place for a development like this. Thank you.
I speak just for a moment. Thank you. My name's Jan Brown. Address is 17451 Mineola Drive. I use Brooksville still, 34610. Only thing I want to do is ask the board, ask the county commissioners, in accordance to Florida State Statute 125.66, that we have next month's meeting in accordance with this after 5 o'clock, please.
I'm sorry. You just said regular basis, so. We just said throughout the year, so we can't
change the time.
start.
Florida statute at 125.66. After 5 o'clock. And if we request it, pardon me?
After 5 right now.
Yes, after 5.
Where's leave there?
So our community can be there. Our community works. We're working people.
I know everybody here works. We all have jobs.
Okay.
Okay, so we're all making a sacrifice to be here.
And that's what the statute says, is to ask for it to be after 5 o'clock.
The statute can be waived. Our county attorney said our statute can be waived by the board.
Well, it has to be overridden.
All that needs that the planning commission has the ability to set the hearing, that's set by the DCC. But there's a couple of commissioners you might want to talk to. Now, a little bit, you have some meetings after 5 o'clock, so.
Just keep in mind that you have a careful ask for, because when we have a meeting like this, that means we're here till 1 or 2 o'clock.
That's fine. That's fine. That means our community can go. Our community can't come to meetings like this. So they can't speak. So.
I think we have pretty
good representation.
Pardon?
I think we had a pretty good crowd today.
So that's it. Because we have a community that would like to speak on something that's going to come into our community, ruin our tributary, ruin our property. I've lived there since 1971. I think I'm the second oldest than Mr. McBride here. And we don't want that in our community. It's going to ruin it.
Christy Zimmer, got my address on record. Kent Groves is a very unusual, very special neighborhood. It's very rural, and I lived out there for 10 years, so I do know, and I did deal with the impact of the flooding. The road was washed out on multiple occasions. The paving that they've done is only to suffice their unit, their entrance, and $375,000 is not enough to go towards a contribution to that. And why would you want to change the zoning to a high density when even the future land use zoning isn't that high? Why do they have to have it maxed out with that? Granted, with the 4, they're gonna be able to get more, but they're not, so they're making it look good. But when the fact is the area is not conducive to that kind of density at this time, and even their future land use 3 is less. So think about that, but is there any parks? Is there any recreation facilities being included in this? Are there sidewalks being included in any of this? Let's take a look at that plan and take a better review before you approve it. Thank you.
Christie, we're not here to review the site plan. They're asking for R4 zoning.
And it's 3.
Right.
Future land use is 3.
Yes. This is a Euclidean rezoning request, which isn't conditioned like an MPUD. In fact, if I were going to ask the applicant a question, why
didn't he?
MPUD?
I wondered.
Euclidean district. But by virtue of him asking for the Euclidean district, now bound to meet the land development code and all of its requirements in all respects.
So that will be
the land
included.
development code requires sidewalks and the land development code requires a neighborhood park. That's not up for debate here. He has to meet the land development code.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Michaela Kraus, 35920 Grace Place, Unit 102, Zephyr Hills, Florida, 33541. I have sworn. I'm here today because it is very emotional for me being brought up in a rural community, living in Zephyr Hills, watching the concrete, the concrete that is an eyesore, the concrete that killed all of the wildlife that I would make friends with going outside, to lower my cortisol level, to be stress-free, relax. This land, we have to respect it. This is sacred land, okay? Native Americans were here before us. This is sacred, sacred land. And we are just letting these developers come in, look at it from a satellite, have no emotional connection to it, and add concrete. And people like me, I'm generational Z, I love animals and farmland, and I'd love to grow up and raise my family in this county. I'd love to buy an agricultural piece of property and just, honor it, respect it. We are residents. We have feelings. We have eyes and nose. We like fresh air. We like clean water. I really hope that you guys think about us and don't think about the money. Don't think about short-term profits. Think about what unites us, this divine creation. Thank you.
Native Americans on your land where you live? I said, were there Native Americans on the land that you live on? So then what gave you the right to build on yours?
Sir, I didn't build anything. I just am trying to make a.
Somebody built on it, right? You live in something, you live in a built house.
And I was too young to come and defend it.
Somebody else's fault, is what you're saying. But somebody did that.
I'm just saying, if where I live in now, if I was old enough to come here and defend the land, I would. And I'm here now, and I'm old enough to defend this land. I'm trying to protect it, and just, we are stewards of this land, and we have to honor it. If we have to put something in every single piece, why does it have to be high density? Why does it have to go from agricultural to this high density city? Why can't we just honor it and look at the people and say, hey, these citizens might want a pet pig, they might want a cow. They need a little more room for that. It's kind of hard with high density.
Understand your feeling as someone who lives on a large lot. I don't have any pigs, but I've had a pig and I have chickens, and I can understand that. What I'm getting at is we hear from people all the time who come in here and tell us, well, we need to respect this land and keep it in our natural condition, but we all forgot that somehow the house that we live in got built by somebody too. And some developer divided the land we live on, up into lots. So what made it okay for us to be here, but not the next?
I just hope that the developers, we give them a lot of our trust. I know you guys trust them, but firsthand, I don't trust them. I have friends that work for developers, blue collar, that find Indian spearheads, and they don't know. They don't know to report these things. They just say, "Hey, boss, I found a cool spearhead," and it's like, "Whoa, hey, this land is actually maybe something we shouldn't lose, you know, and maybe just respect just a little bit more than we are." Thank you.
Just keep in mind, we're a mediating body, so that we're not making decisions to develop anything. We have applicants that own property and they have property rights too, to be able to sell or to be able to, develop that property. And then we have other people that are neighboring that also have rights and have concerns. Our job is to try to be the mediator between that. So just keep that.
Someone else?
Nancy Hayeswood, 34110, a nice place. Maybe we can change the rules and regulations some, so it's not as easy to do this. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to address. I heard them talk about flooding, and I'm running into a lot of people that are having flooding problems. They never had it before. It's not the county's fault. It's not the developer's fault. It's something that's 100 years. And I'm hearing it over and over and over again. How can you make sure that if these people start getting flooded, that they aren't all of a sudden having to pay for the damage done? Because it's not the developer's fault. It's not the county's fault. It's nobody's fault because it's a 100-year thing, but it's happening more and more. But because of development, yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to be brief. I do want Jordan Schrader, our engineer, to speak to some of that flooding and those type of issues, but just a little bit of further background for the planning commission as you consider this matter. Talavera is within a stone's throw literally of this site on the other side of the railroad tracks, and it has 60-foot lots. And we're also in close proximity to so-called mosquito control site, and the board just did a future land use change and a rezoning to allow the same size lots that we're seeking today. Again, coming to the density, we're essentially asking with the deed restrictions we have, 2.25 units per acre under the calculations that the county uses. So we're under the existing future land use density. When it comes to Kent Grove Drive, just again, to give you all a sense of things, this project is proposing a cap of 77 units. There are already well over 200 other units in the area that access their properties from Kent Grove Drive. So we're not in a small area with, a few 10-acre tracts and 10 units. There's a fair amount of people out there. I do understand that they're on a legacy project with larger lots. I get that. But again, the board's adopted policy for this area is Res 3 and to encourage growth there. And we feel like we're being very responsible in the way that we're doing it. With that, Mr. Moody?
Finish.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to just leave any engineering follow up to Mr. Schrader.
Ask a question about the road improvement. There was $375,000.
Right.
That's where the road improvement. Is all of Kent Grove Drive county maintained?
It is past our site. At some point, it splits off. It goes further north, and there may be a section up north of us that isn't. And Luzier is dirt. There splits and goes into Luzier, which is what I think.
Good question. So I'm looking to the north of you.
Mm-hmm.
Kent Grove Drive is an ingress, appears to be an ingress egress easement. And there's a section to the south of you that appears to be an ingress egress easement.
I mean, we do have, I don't have the map in front of me, but we have confirmed that we have public right of way to our site.
So that's what I'm getting, is it maintained right away, or?
Well,
It's not showing.
the county paved Kent Grove Drive about 25 years ago under a dusty road exemption. But I don't know that the county actually conducted any maintenance. And to your point, Mr. Moody, the pavement of the road goes right up to the edge of the right of way in many cases. So I don't know if the county's out there mowing the side of it.
It was paved in 1979.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Mhm.
What he's talking about.
When we're in the Res 3 land use and higher.
Right.
Or zoning.
Right.
We can allow subdivisions where access is by easement.
Right.
It looks to me.
It's
that when we're coming from wherever we're coming from, 52 or from the north, and at some point we're forced to pass through an easement, not a right of way. That's why I'm asking if it's maintained right of way or if it's actually right of way.
I'll have to go back and look at that.
I would hate to see your client get a rezoning only to
Right.
find out that he can't subdivide
Right.
based on there not being accessed by right of way.
Mr. Moody, I looked at the Pasco mapper and it shows this road is county maintained from the project's site south.
All maintained.
I can check higher, but it's.
We'll look into it, Mr. Moody. I certainly understand your position.
Correct. Right. It doesn't show as right of way. It shows as an easement, but I think David can confirm that if the county maintains the right of way, whether or not it's an easement or not, then it's the county's right of way, maintained right of way, right?
Maintained for 4 years longer.
Sounds like that's happened for far more than that when they pay.
All I'm trying to get.
Yeah. Good point. And we may want to clean that up prior to development as far as the boundary of the maintained right of way. That's a good point. If it's a,
How are you bringing?
we don't have a final answer on that. We've actually looked at a couple of different ways that we might bring utilities over from 41. We did talk to Talavera. We haven't completely shut the door on that, but there are other properties that we're talking to where we could come in and go under the railroad track. So that's what our plan is for right now. It's not going to be incredibly cheap, but or short, but that's what the plan is for right now.
Clark, could you address the statement that you're going to be accessing the dirt road part of Kent Grove?
Well, we are not. I mean, Kent Grove, our site is only on the portion of Kent Grove that's paved. It's paved past our site.
You won't be accessing the dirt road part.
No. Kent Grove dead ends up there. I think what they're talking about is there's another road named Lazier. I mean, if you follow it on out, there's another quarter or half mile that you hypothetically could go up there, but that's not where our proposed access is. It's not the same road. Can I have Mr. Schrader talk about that? I think it would be good to hear from him for a second.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for your service, especially on a day like today. We appreciate all your time. Jordan Schrader, 3010 West Azale Street, Suite 150, Tampa, Florida, 33609, and I have been sworn. I took notes. I'm going to try to address some of the neighboring concerns. If anybody has additional questions, we go through, but I did feel like I captured everything, but if I miss anything, please feel free to add. Mr. McBride, we have met with Mr. McBride, both Cody and Jim previously. As a lot of people know, Mr. Jim McBride has been our cleaning for a long time and is very well respected. Mr. Cody brought up the wetland system on the north side that is tributary to the Cody River is a Category 1 wetland. There are no proposed impacts to that. We recognize and understand the significance of that wetland. Again, that's a system along the north side. It's a well-defined drainage system. He also talked about Riles Branch, which goes into that. And I want to mention this project because it does not have an existing planned development and is Euclidean. It will be subject to the new statewide stormwater rule, which improves and reduces nitrogen and phosphorus as it goes into this system. So we recognize that this project will comply with additional stormwater treatment as it drains into that tributary. I missed his last name, but Tim earlier has talked about flood zone A that straddles it. This is a watershed that's been studied by SwiftMud, and it is a relic zone A on FEMA's map, but there is a Cody River watershed that was done by the Water Management District. That more clearly defines the floodplain. And one thing about this property is it's characterized as really a local high point. It's an old orange grove. It has a very well-defined drainage system along the north side. And the vast majority of the floodplain is well contained within that category 1 wetland. So there are essentially nominal or de minimis floodplain, any impacts from this project because that floodplain is contained in there. There are existing homes on the other side of it that built structures in the floodplain. Okay, that they flooded with Milton. They've seen that. This project, through construction plan, design, and permitting, will not adversely impact or alter any of the floodplain for their surrounding neighbors. Tim mentioned the dirt road further to the north. I think as you can see, Kent Grove Road, it essentially dead ends into the McBride house. So there's really not a lot of pass-through traffic that will go on that dirt road section. I think that kind of addresses itself. There was a lady and there was Jane Brown. They talked about the significance of the Cody River, which is due west. And again, this drainage system to the north will be subject to new stormwater rules. So we'll remove, and it's actually a reduction in total nitrogen phosphorus, not just what it discharges today. So the new state water rule ensures that there's less nitrogen phosphorus that enter that system. As far as Michaela and the last person goes, she mentioned something about emotional connection. I just want to say that a lot of us do have a very, very intense emotional connection. One of the reasons I became a civil engineer is because I realized you could either watch people do it and be frustrated or become a part of it and help with that process. That's what led me into this path. I chose this profession because we have a direct impact on people. It allows us to make sure we don't have flooding. So I want you to know, as a licensed engineer, we take it very seriously. This project will go through SwiftMud in county, and all of the technical draining things will be addressed at that point in time. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Very honestly, I'm concerned that there's no utility service, and I saw the comments in here from utilities about there not being adequate pressure in Talavera. Trying to figure out what's the plan for utilities.
So there was
S3 have to be on.
So we've received that comment. We have had extensive discussions with utilities about this area. And when the Talavera issues were happening with pressures in the area, Mr. Moody, the utility department found out that there were a whole series of valves that had been accidentally closed in the area.
One time.
Yeah, and once they fixed that, we're hearing from Talavera that the pressures have risen considerably. I would also say that we've done a bunch of work for the Mitchell 41 project and other projects in the area that are coming online. And we're looking at a couple of other potential fixes, some of which involving looping some lines and some involve installing pumps for potable pressure increases in the area. And so we're looking at all that. We obviously have to meet all the technical requirements that, PCU imposes on us. So we're confident we can get there. Jordan's firm has done extensive modeling in the area since that comment was given. And they later, by the way, revised
that 77 lots. Is it economically feasible to bring utilities to the property?
We've discussed that with our client numerous times. Our client's very sophisticated and they believe that it is. To develop several thousand lots in the Bay Area. So they believe they can do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any other questions, comments, discussions? Motion for discussion. Anything?
Chance for rebuttal from the public.
Pardon me?
Any chance for rebuttal from the public, sir?
The public doesn't get rebuttal, and if you give public rebuttal, then you're going to give the applicant rebuttal again. So
Thank you, sir.
it's not. you can speak to the Board of County Commissioners. Though.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Non-true. Non-true.
Motion on the
Continue the project.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have a motion to continue.
And the reason for that is I don't want to deny this project, but there is not a plan for utility services on this property. There's not a clearly defined plan to get utilities here. I think part may be a little bit for the horse.
How many
recognize
rebuttals did you
their
get?
right to develop land. But there's water and sewer are critical to this, and I don't see the point of giving it an R4 zoning and high density zoning if we don't have the adequate facilities there or to be a feasible plan to get it there is where I'm at.
If I might, the comment that Mr. Moody's referring to, and I understand his overall point, but staff later rescinded that comment and added another one that said we will evaluate, as we always do, utilities at the time of the proposed development. So even though we have a R4 zoning, there's nothing to stop my client to come in and build half-acre lots if they want to later, even with the R4 zoning. At that point, we would have well and septic. So until the development time is nigh.
And I'm fine with that. And then come back and ask for half-acre lots. We can talk about R2 or R1
I
lots.
appreciate your sentiment, Mr. Moody, but that you're asking us to do something that no one else has to do on a Euclidean zoning. You're not required to do what you're talking about. I appreciate your comment. We will solve the issue at the time of site plan approval as we're required to do by the code. That's when we're required to solve it.
How many rebuttals does he get when we can't have any? Yeah.
No comment from the crowd. We're just. We gave you plenty of time to talk. All right. I'm gonna make a decision here.
Gentlemen, if they are granted the R4, then it's their problem to solve, right? I mean, in order to move forward with the R4, they have to solve the problem. They have to get the utilities, adequate utilities to the site. Correct?
Yes. I would also note that we don't have clear evidence that they have access via a public right of way either. They admitted here today that, well, we need to look at that and we might need to get that cleaned up. There's a time in the future, go get it cleaned up, go figure out what you're going to do, utilities, and come back. Like I said, I don't want to deny the zoning. I'm just saying I continue it so you can come back with some answers. Here about access and utilities.
Doesn't the county maintain right of way give them? And it's county maintained road.
I don't know if it's
The staff testified it was county maintained.
If it became 4 years, I don't know. I mean, that's a factual question, but I don't have that evidence in front of me. Assuming somebody in staff can answer that, but I don't have that fact.
Now he's paved it twice.
Somebody to staff answer that question.
No, sir, I can't answer that question. All I can say is on Mapper, it's county maintained from the.
Can you please use your microphone, sir?
Sure. The only thing I can stipulate to is on Pasco Mapper, the county maintains the right of way, the easement from the property boundary or the place where they're going to interconnect all the way down to State Road 52. That I can stipulate.
Okay. I mean, I suspect we've maintained it for longer than 4 years. I just don't have the information from.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Barrett Doe, Assistant Public Works Director. Pleasure to see you all this evening. I can tell you that from a public works standpoint, from 52 going north to the name of the roads escaping. past that also. Basically, we maintain all of Camp Grove, I can tell you, as far as pavement, the portions that aren't paved, the grading, as well as any kind of mowing or landscaping. Now, as far as how far back that goes, I'm not sure, but I can certainly find those answers out for you all. That would be no problem. We could just look at service requests, work orders, but I can confirm that our maintenance staff does perform the work from 52 North all the way up to where Camp Grove is. So I hope that's helpful.
I wasn't paid that far.
So we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Pardon me. Motion's done. Yeah, go back in a second. We have another motion.
Make motion to approve.
I'll second. Motion to approve is a second. That's the recommendation to the Warren County Commissioners. Favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Thank you.
Still have the BOC.
I know.
Meeting 26, you have one additional use request in the name of St. Joe Ranch. To be presented by Sam.
The staff's coming up, just for the record, I will be abstaining from voting on this.
Take care, Jim.
I'm coming out with y'all.
There already is a meeting, we might need to wait for the chair to address. We lack a chair, so we need probably.
That buys another chair for 5 minutes.
Could elect as temporary vice chair with.
Yeah.
Sure. It's gonna be dinner apparently.
There's another job. Yes.
This is very full recess until the actual chair return. Hey, it's like how much I was saying, recess. Your turn. Really aware.
Well, this is the night meeting now, right?
Presented by the roll, past 5.
I'm sure the advertising is right for it.
They'll learn, right?
4.5.
Time.
Okay.
Probably have time, sir.
I'm gonna double my time too.
There you go. On the meeting, I think that we would have to, like, right, you just can't vote. You're just running the-
I prefer the, I don't know, if you have to, I prefer the,
I'm thinking, you tell them trying to get the same.
although we could go to the next item that he doesn't have a conflict on.
PC 10 and PC 11, right?
Yeah.
PC 12.
Well, maybe PC 11, do the next one.
We go to whatever.
I got that one there too. We go to 12. We go to 12, but no.
Move that we got, we're waiting on our chairman.
Chairman, for you to make a motion to.
There's
With both. 14. Barbara having a 14.
Vice Chair, I move we hear item agenda for item eight.
You're all,
Who's the top person on 14?
The objectors left.
You know, 14.
You have a suggestion back here? Let's see if anybody's hearing me bathroom.
I went to the, Terry's the staff member, and he just went to the restroom. He thought he could sneak
I
it in.
think her objectors have left, so can you guys call her?
I can do the presentation. We need somebody.
Is there anybody to speak?
There's one individual, Julian Martinet.
Okay, we're going to APC 14. I'm sorry.
I'm the back of it. I was plan B. I'm good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So item B14 is the Kenton Road Commercial Development Agreement. Okay, so this is a development agreement that's following up on a recent MPUD that was approved in April, the Kenton Commercial MPUD. The purpose of this development agreement is to design, permit, and construct Kenton Road from Elam Road to Overpass, which is commonly known as the missing Kenton Road segment, as a two-lane road and intersection improvements with turn lanes and signalization at Elam Road and at Overpass. And all this would be organized for cash reimbursement. And this is located in central Pasco County within Connected City. There's your general location, the overall context of the county. This is the northern point of the project. Basically, the intersection of Elam and Kenton Road there. And then at the center of the circle now is the intersection of Kenton and Overpass. That would be the beginning and end. And then, of course, the segment in between those two intersections. This is it in the overall grand scheme of things, the missing segment. It varies in width from north to south. At the north end, I believe it reaches an approximate
dimension of 142 feet in width, and at the south end, it reaches an approximate dimension of about 110 feet. This is the intersection improvements that are being proposed in the development agreement with as a signalized intersection and overpass. And this is the intersection improvements that are proposed at Kenton and Elam. Both the two intersections and the addition of the missing segment will add a lot of connectivity to the area. We've heard in the past from community and area residents that Kenton Road it's been difficult navigating Kenton Road up north or southbound on the road. This missing segment and these intersection improvements will provide area residents the ability to utilize Elam and move east-west on Elam, as well as go all the way down to overpass and utilize overpass to move in and out of the area. In terms of the typical cross sections for the missing segment, you're looking at one 32-foot landscape median, two 22-foot landscape areas between the travel lanes, and then two 11-foot travel lanes and two 12-foot multi-use paths, one on each side of the missing segment. At the 142 dimension, at the 110 dimension, it's one 28-foot landscape median, two 8-foot landscape areas, and two 11-foot travel lanes with a continuation of the two 12-foot multi-use paths. And these are the cross sections that I just described. And the request is to find the proposed development agreement consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners.
We hear this before. We heard it like there was Barbara in here, we one Clark in here, with another for the same piece of road with different.
Right.
What's different in it?
This is the development agreement that will actually construct the improvements. So what you remember is the Kenton Road or Kenton Commercial MPUD.
Yeah.
And then there was the Kenton MPUD. And there was a whole discussion that took about 2.5 years between Mr. Clark Hobby and Ms. Barbara Wallhite on trying to make sure that somebody in that area was going to complete the Kenton Road segment. And it was Barbara's client that stepped forward and volunteered to get the job done. Clark's projects, Mr. Hobby's projects, Mr. Hobby's projects were backup.
For a different segment of the same road.
Yeah, to the north, going north up to Tyndall, I believe it was.
But the reason it's confusing is even though it was for a different segment of the same road, they had a backup obligation to build this segment.
That's correct.
So I understand the confusion.
The other one that showed the intersection. Is that produced in-house? Is that produced in-house?
No, that was not produced in-house.
All right, thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Chair.
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, on behalf of my team who all abandoned me. I'm here to try to answer your questions. But really the county is able to answer. You can see from that presentation and the county engineers here, this is really their project. They asked my client to develop it, construct it. Myself to do the development agreement, and we've got that done. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else here to speak on this? To the line, right? The people that have signed up.
We have two individuals on the, it's Julia Barton and Michaela Krause. I believe both have left by now.
Yeah. Okay. Move approval of APC 14.
Second.
Favor?
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. And, nice to meet you.
Heading out early.
First, I'm planning economic growth. Just want to note that there were ex partes for PC 8, PC 10, and PC 11 that were returned to the court today. This is CU 2601 St. Joe Ranch LLC and BB Agritourism LLC. It is a conditional use request. Zoning is AC Agricultural District. Future land use is AG Agricultural. The purpose of this conditional use is to combine two previously approved conditional use permits, CU 1207 and CU 1901, into one unified conditional use for an amusement park in an AC Agricultural District. The location of the site is approximately 840 feet east of the intersection of St. Joe Road and Bellevue Brothers Boulevard. Here's the general location of the site in the county. It's in the North Market area in the northeast Pasco County rural area. Here's the context map. You have St. Joe Road down there on the southeast, and then Bellevue Brothers goes along the west side of the property. Here's an aerial shot of the property. You can see Snowcat Ridge there in the north portion. Screen again is down on the southeast portion, and then Tree Hoppers is in the wooded area just the screen again. Here's the future land use map of the property. Is an AG. Zoning of the property is AC. So the subject site consists of an amusement park across two properties, which consist of about 118 acres. Currently has two separate conditional use approvals for the amusement park. CU 1217 was the first approval, and that's sort of the tree hoppers use road course. Then in 2019, another conditional use was approved for Winter Play Park, which is Snowcat Ridge, and a fall festival with a Halloween haunted house screaming good. The requested conditional use is to consolidate those two approvals into a single streamlined conditional use for the amusement park as a whole. The applicant can clarify if needed, but there aren't any new uses being proposed that aren't already allowed within the current uses. One proposed change has to do with the operating days. Currently, there is a very limited number of consecutive days that each of the two primary uses can operate. Another proposed change is the ability to operate those two uses on both properties concurrently. As currently approved, it can only be one use over the other. Due to the holiday-oriented nature of primary uses and warm Florida weather, that the potential overlap of these primary uses is very minimal. These very limiting conditions restrict the ability to use the property to its full potential nearly half of the year. The only use that would be allowed would be the tree hoppers. There are two other conditional uses approved for the property. One conditional use is for the cell tower that is on the northwest property. That conditional use is going to be unaffected and will remain as a standalone conditional use. The other approved conditional use is for a 2 COP alcoholic beverage permit that is associated with an amusement park. There is a related conditional use, 26 CU 13, which is PC 11, that is running with this application, and that is to increase that alcoholic beverage permit up to a 4 COP in conjunction with the amusement park use. That conditional use is presented as a standalone C. Available for any questions?
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby again, you have my address on file, have been sworn as I indicated before. I'll be brief. Staff described this pretty well, but what we're really trying to do is take this very successful amusement park project that we have that has 3 distinct uses and allow them to be used at the same time, the properties, because it's 2 distinct parcels. And so as an example, right now on the east side of the property, if we are having the Halloween event, so-called Screamageddon, we're not allowed to have a corn maze during the day for kids on the other side. And conversely, on the Snowcat Ridge side, our client wants to do a really cool Christmas light show in the zip line area, and they broadcast these lights up into the trees. It's got an oak canopy, and I've seen pictures of video. It's going to be really cool, and the little kids will love it. But right now, we couldn't operate that because that'd be on the east side as opposed to the west side parcel. So again, the reason this was done originally when Denise was doing zoning work was we weren't sure how the traffic patterns were going to work at the time. But what happens is because of the nature of the site, the amount of parking on site and the nature of the events, because they have to be booked in advance, really control the amount of traffic that we have on the site. So other than that, same hours of operation, days and that kind of things going on. It's a very successful thing and good for the community. We have about 75 full-time equivalent employees that work out there, and about 7,000 hotel rooms were booked in Pasco County last year because of this place. So other than that, we're happy to answer any questions you have. My client's here, and he's been running the operation since it opened. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to speak on this?
The individuals that signed up are first Christine Zimmer and then Nancy Hazel.
Are we doing 10 and 11 or just 10?
Yeah.
And 10 is the combination, Christy Zimmer, address on record. If it's just 10 and that's the combination of the 2, I think that the combination of the 2 is to preempt item 11. And I don't know what he read, but he wasn't being honest about the same hours because the request is extending the hours to 1:30. So that or 1 o'clock in the morning, that's not the same. I am opposed to them combining the 2 for purposes of what they're trying to do on number 11. So should I wait till number 11 to discuss that? Okay, I will.
Hey, what?
He said my name. Now I don't have to say it, right? Nancy Hazelwood. Nancy Hazelwood, 24110, a nice place. I think I'm with Christy. I think the things I need to go over are going to be on 11 unless the light show. One of the things I am concerned about are lights in the Northeast Rural Area Plan. I believe our FLU says something about lights in Northeast Rural. We are trying to keep dark skies, but let me wait till 11. Thank you.
Okay, so we're talking about 10.
You want to do, I don't know if you need any rebuttal.
I don't think there's anything to rebut on it, so just what I was going to say. But I do want to clarify the record. I don't think the statement was correct about the hours. It's the same as it's been on, it's 1 o'clock, and we have an extra 60 minutes once the gates are closed at 1 for people to leave.
Maybe 12.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30 minutes, I should say.
We're changing it to 60.
Oh, it is she is right. I apologize. Staff is saying that they recommended we change it from 30 to 60 for people to leave from the existing.
Maybe 12.
Even on 11?
I'm sorry.
Here for 11.
No, he's gonna do 11, but I did just want to put on record, Amy told Planning Development and Economic Growth. The reason why the two applications have been processed separately was actually from our recommendation. The applicant proposed one conditional use for everything, and we thought it was more appropriate to have the alcohol as a standalone conditional use.
I think you need to take action on 10.
So we have a. Yeah.
Approval, you see, Tim.
Second.
A second.
Okay, second, further discussion of the motion. Not all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Okay, we're still up.
I'm abstaining from this one as well, for the record.
You see 11, it's the companion conditional use request by St. Joe Ranch LLC to be presented by staff.
Joseph Reinhold, Planning Development Group. CU 2613, St. Joe Ranch LLC and BB Agritourism LLC. This is a conditional use request, beer, wine, and liquor for COP for on-premises consumption, only in conjunction with an amusement park in an AC agricultural district. Zoning is AC agricultural. Future land use designation is AG agricultural. I just explained the request for COP and the location of the property, approximately 840 feet east of the intersection of St. Joe Road and Bellamy Brothers Boulevard. There's the general location, North Market area, and the Northeast Pasco County rural area. There's the context of that. At the site again. Now, where this differs from the aerial from the previous one is that red outline area is the area proposed for the alcohol consumption and sales. There's the future land use map, AG. Here we have the zoning of the property is AC. So this conditional use will supersede and replace the existing approved conditional use permit CU 1939, which was for a 2 COP in conjunction with the amusement park use. So this would allow for the sale of alcoholic beverages, including beer, wine, and liquor for on-premise consumption in conjunction with use. Sale of alcoholic beverages shall be permitted during the following hours: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, no earlier than 8 a.m., no later than 11 p.m. Fridays and Saturdays, no earlier than 8 a.m., no later than 1 a.m. This approval is subject to the provisions of the LDC Section 4024J, revocation of special exception or conditional use approvals. And as Amy mentioned, that's one reason why we have this as a separate conditional use. Alcoholic beverage laws can change, so we did want to have it separate from the actual amusement park conditional use.
Okay.
Our recommendation is recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners. Conditional use request with conditions set forth under the recommended conditions section.
Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, again, I'll be very brief on this one. We've had alcohol permits out there and been operating for 12 years. We have not had an alcohol-related driving offense off of the site. And all of that time, we've had a lot of people there. And the reason why is our client does a very good job policing alcohol on the site because there are liability issues. And so that's a very serious thing to our client. The reason for the request is that the distributors are coming to us, and a great deal of what people probably think are beer products that are sold at 7-Eleven and stuff like that now have liquor in them. It's a lot of the stuff that you see when you're going in to pick up a 12-pack or whatever, and you look in there, a lot of them have liquor now, and so it requires the 4 COP. This isn't unique to our area. The Florida Cracker Kitchen that opened up in St. Joe on St. Joe Road, a couple of miles down the road, sells liquor in there as well as beer and wine, as does Disney World at this point. So the time has changed on that front, and I'm happy to listen to our neighbors and I'll respond.
Or did the hours changed for the sales bill?
I don't think they were in the original.
My client's saying he does not believe that they've changed from the original. Thank you.
They have to speak on this.
And the reason they wanted it all to be combined was so they could have alcohol across both parcels. I respectfully request that, Christie, you have address on record. I respectfully request that this conditional use application, PDE 26 through dash CU 13 be denied or continued until additional evidence is provided demonstrating compliance with the county's approval standards. This request is not simply a continuation of an existing approval. It represents a significant intensification of the current alcohol authorization by expanding from a 2 COP beer and wine permit to a full COP 4 liquor license and extending alcohol sales throughout a large 118-acre amusement and entertainment complex. First, the applicant has not demonstrated compatibility with the rural and architectural character of this area. The property is located within the Northeast Pasco rural area and carries an agricultural future land use designation. While recreational uses may be permitted, the burden remains on the applicant to demonstrate that full liquor sales and late night operations are compatible with the surrounding agriculture and residential areas. The staff report contains little analysis supporting that conclusion. Second, the applicant has not provided sufficient evidence addressing the public health, safety, and welfare impacts associated with the expanded alcohol consumption and late night operations. The proposed hours would allow alcohol sales until 11 p.m. on weekdays and 1 a.m. on weekends. Rural roadways such as the St. Joe Road and Bellamy Brothers present unique safety concerns, and the record contains no alcohol-related public safety analysis. Third, environmental review appears incomplete. The staff report acknowledges that the detailed wildlife surveys and wetland delineation information are still required. Until those studies are completed and evaluated, the board does not possess all the information necessary to fully assess impacts associated with the intensified use of this property. Fourth, the transportation mitigation identified by the county staff has not been completed. The traffic review determination that a left turn lane is required on St. Joe Road with completion anticipated in fall of 2027. Approval of an intensified alcohol-related use before required transportation improvements are in place is premature. Finally, the applicant already possesses an approved alcohol permit for beer and wine sales associated with the amusement park. The record does not demonstrate why the existing authorization is inadequate or why expanded liquor sales are necessary. The burden of proof rests with the applicant, and I do not believe that the burden has been met. A mixture of alcohol and late night hours does not create a family-friendly environment. Nothing good ever happens after midnight. For these reasons, I respectfully request the denial of the application, or at a minimum, a continuance until the outstanding environmental, transportation, and compatibility issues have been fully addressed. Thank you for your consideration.
Nancy Hazelwood, 34110 and Ice Place. I was noticing that Busch Gardens, who serves beer, they close up at 8 o'clock. And if you take a look at Disney World and all those other places.
So Busch Gardens, not for Paul's Cream, they stay open much later for them.
Or just one night a year?
No, for the whole season. It's usually around
Here in Hollis Spring. What times does it stay open till?
midnight, 1 o'clock.
Okay, and then there's Disney World and some of the others. Do they stay open later? My information said no.
I've got to stay open later, so not that late, maybe 11 o'clock.
Okay. I was just concerned about the time and them serving alcohol. I'm not sure it's such a good thing to do on there. I'd appreciate your consideration on what Christy said about this, that maybe more is not the best thing in the world for this area. And that said, I did notice where they've got the ability to put up illuminated signs on St. Joe Road. And if we check and they're screwing up our skies in Northeast Rural, does that mean we get to call code enforcement on them? Thank you.
You need to rebuttal. I have a question for,
Okay.
for your client.
Okay.
Mark, do you know if Uber and Lyft operate in this area? I mean, if you had somebody who was intoxicated, I mean, I realize that you try to monitor it, but if you did have somebody that was too intoxicated to drive, I don't think we have taxi service.
I'm gonna have my client speak to it, but Ben Nagengast, who operates it, we have an extensive program that works with rideshare, but he can describe, give your name, address, and whether you've been sworn.
My name is Benjamin Nagengast. My address is 2739 St. Joe Road, Dade City, Florida, and I have been sworn in. We have a policy that was written up by an attorney when we first started this process, and it's in accordance with the Florida DVPR regulations. In order for us to be, I believe it's certified as safe serve, there's a certification process, an additional higher bar for those who serve alcohol. So our internal procedure is that if an individual is deemed intoxicated and they intend to drive home, they do not have a ride, then we pay for a rideshare service, and we are served by rideshare where we are. So we pay for them to get a ride home, and the organization, the company pays for that. And we have an entire process. Correct.
And they do operate.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know enough about rural Pasco County, whether that fact they do operate there. That's why I was asking the question.
Well, it's we get Uber Eats and these types of things all the time. So
okay, that was my question.
Sure, I'll be very brief. That the staff report in and of itself is competent, substantial evidence in support of the application. So I don't have to further rebut what you said about the traffic generation, but I think everyone knows that the difference between selling beer and liquor does not generate any more traffic. It's not in the ITE codes. That's not what generates traffic. We run a safe facility. It's been very successful. And if staff can put the map up that I have there, you'll see that we have the written, we have all of those neighbors have sent letters of no objection to what we're doing. So we're doing something right, being good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Have a motion.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well established that theme parks like Busch Gardens operate Alice Green, and Universal operates Halloween Horror Nights. They stay open to similar hours, and they serve liquor as well as beer and wine. And they seem to be doing just fine with it. I vote approval of the item.
Second, any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. And we are at P12. Correct. All right. You got it right. Start with it. Take
the best.
That's right.
All right, Amy Toll, Planning, Development, and Economic Growth. The item before you is PDE 26-CU03. It's a conditional use request. It's located in an AR agricultural residential district, and it's in a residential 6 or Res 6 residential 6 dwelling unit per gross acre future land use. The request is to construct a 129-foot above ground level closed mount monopole in accordance with the LDC section 1002 wireless communication facilities. It is located on the west side of Lanier Road, approximately 1,300 feet south of Chansey Road. So a couple of findings of fact: on July 29th, 2025, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting in accordance with section 305 of the code. As a result of that neighborhood meeting, the original proposal was to construct a 155-foot tower, which included a 150-foot tower with
a 5-foot lightning rod. As a result of that meeting, they actually voluntarily reduced the tower height. So the tower height is now being proposed at 129 feet with a 125-foot tower and a 4-foot lightning rod. They are also reducing the co-location from 3 to 2. The primary service provider for this tower is going to be Verizon. And they actually included an enhanced buffering that will also establish slash pines on there as well. So in that additional buffing standard, we worked with the arborist to determine what the best type of tree would be in that area. The arbor pine was selected, and within about 30 years, it will be mature. I do have some visuals to show you what that would look like. This will access to the wireless communication facility, compound lease areas proposed through a 30-foot wide non-exclusive easement. It will be on a 100 by 100 fenced in compound leased area, which is equivalent to 10,000 square feet. And it will be located off of Lanier Road, which is a county maintained residential roadway. This aeronautical study that was conducted revealed that the structure does not exceed or obstruct structures and would not be a hazard to the air navigation. And then pursuant to review of public use airports in the area, the proposed tower does not appear to impact the Zephyr Hills Municipal Airport, which is the nearest airport, which is over 5 nautical miles east of the subject site. As previously stated, the Verizon is going to be your anchor tenant, and the co-location is going to be a minimum of 2 additional communication providers. Here's your general location in the South Market area and urban expansion area. The subject site being the aerial imagery. It is located north of the 2 Rivers MPUD. The existing zoning is AR Agricultural Residential District. The existing future land use is Res 6, residential 6 dwelling units per gross acre. Here's a context map just to show where the lease area is going to be located within the subject site, as well as its proximity to 2 Rivers MPUD. Here's a coverage map of what the current coverage would show, and you can see where the subject site is proposed. And with the new tower, you're going to have a significant increase in coverage capacity in this area. This is what the 129-foot mount would be proposed as. As you can see on the left, there are 3 arrays, with the Verizon being at the main array. So as previously stated, they will be subject to a type A buffer. However, this was their original site plan or landscaping plan. As a result of the neighborhood meeting, they did offer an enhanced landscaping plan with a double row of landscaping in the slash pines to the south, west, and north of the compound. So this is going to be your map key for the photo simulation or simulation, excuse me. There are 6 locations that I will show you. So the first location is going to be your view looking east from Bohannon Road. This is your existing view. This is the visual with the vertical tower of 125-foot monopole being 129 feet with the top of the lightning rod. So this is just at your proposed landscaping, initial landscaping. Once the trees are matured within the 30-year time frame, this is what the landscaping is projected to look like. So photo simulation or view 2, looking south-southwest from Lanier Road. As you can see, it's pretty open. And then you'll have the 125-foot monopole tower with the existing with the initial landscaping and then landscaping at maturity. View 3 is going to be looking from southwest from Lanier Road. 125-foot monopole tower with initial landscaping and mature landscaping. View 4, looking north-northwest from Lanier Road. This is existing. This would be the proposed landscaping with the initial landscaping. And
what follows the trees? I was gonna say.
yeah, and I can have the applicant speak to that, but I'm not sure what the status of those oak trees. It could be just proposed based on the age and if it's a viable oak tree.
depending on what the process is. This is what it would look like at a mature. View 5, looking west from Lanier Road. This is the proposed landscaping and the entryway. Matured landscaping and entryway. And view 6, looking from north of Kircher Drive. This is initially, so the purpose of us having this presentation, because we did receive letters of opposition emailed to us. Unfortunately, it appears nobody showed up today, but that is the general location of where the opposition was captured from. So we had them go out just to do a simulation of what that would look like there. So north of Kircher Drive, proposed landscaping at planning, and then the maturity. And with that, we would recommend approval, and the applicants can speak to that orchard.
One quick question, Nathan. So you mentioned that it was amended from 3 users on the tower to 2.
Correct.
But you show on the plans, there was 3 antenna arrays.
Sure, so there's 3 total. One of them is Verizon. So previously it would have been 4 total. So Verizon as your anchor tenant with 3 additional, correct. So as a result of the reduction of the tower height, they reduced that anchor tenants.
Thanks.
Hey, good evening now. I feel like I've run a marathon here with you guys. James Johnston with Schutz and Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue in Orlando for the applicant. And just to quickly answer your question on the oak trees, those trees aren't being removed. I think that was done so you could see through to the compound from that same view. So they magically took them out so you could then see the compound.
Just your purposes.
For purposes of that. I think
They don't control the land where the tree is, so in theory, the owner of the land could remove it in the future.
Correct, yeah.
So they're showing the land they control.
Right. But that explains why it disappears in the, proposed views. But again, I mean, we're here to answer any questions. I also have Bill Compton with Verizon Wireless and Dave Talby with Lee Pallardy. We appreciate staff's hard work on this and working with staff. We think we worked hard with the neighbors to try to address some of their concerns. And so we're just hoping to get a recommendation of approval. And again, here to answer any questions.
And then so to be clear, the piece of the parcel that you control does not have any existing heritage oaks or anything like that.
Correct. It does not.
All right, thanks.
Anybody else speak on this one? Mr. Chair, I would like to compliment both the applicant and staff on this one, because this could have been a packed boardroom. I mean,
What it was.
well, I mean, this application could have resulted in a packed boardroom based on the initial comments they got, from the neighborhood meeting, and so the fact that it's now empty is an indication that they did a good job of addressing some of the concerns British raised, so.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
So, compliment the applicant and staff on addressing these concerns.
Although nobody wants them, we need cell phone towers just like we probably need data centers.
Well, the good news is things are gonna start moving to satellite, and these are gonna be dinosaurs that we're not gonna need anymore.
Elon's gonna start eating data centers to this space anyway, so.
And apparently people like cell towers better than data centers.
That's right.
My, how times have changed.
Belabor the point any further? I have a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
I think somebody said yes.
Mr. Bond, yes.
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Aye.
All in favor?
I thought people liked meeting.
They all build out.
Here we are.